Holy cow. That's different. Yes. Oh, yeah. You ready? It's time. Well, I said start. Start on time. Yeah. We need to.
There we go.
Hey, how's it going?
David, you ready?
All the Wight County School Board's in session. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
Mr. Colick,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Present.
Mrs. Perkins,
Here.
Mr. Wooster,
Here.
and Mr. Marsh.
Here. Full house. Mr. Cunningham, we want to make a motion for the agenda?
Let me see. When?
We got it. We're catching up.
The bottom of page 1.
Yes, sir. We got it. Yes, sir.
That's different. Because the motion didn't close.
Mr. Chair, I move for the approval of agenda or amendments for closed session.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Colick,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins,
Yes.
Mr. Wooster,
Yes.
and Mr. Marsh.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move for the approval of agenda or amendments for open session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Colick,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins,
Yes.
Mr. Wooster,
Yes.
and Mr. Marsh.
Yes. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to go into closed session to review the personnel report and addendum posted on board docs under Personnel tab number 17.1 as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, resignations of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees, and to go into closed session to discuss and consider the performance, evaluation, and contract of the superintendent as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, and to discuss a personnel matter as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Colick,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins,
Yes.
Mr. Wooster,
Yes.
and Mr. Marsh.
Yes. Motion passes. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone scheduled to speak in closed session?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, very well. On that, we'll go into closed session. Wight County School Board's in session.
Mr. Chair, I move that the closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins,
Yes.
Mr. Wooster,
Yes.
and Mr. Marsh.
Yes, motion passes. Over to you, sir.
Would everyone please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. It's Thursday, June 13th, 2024, and this is our regular school board meeting for the month. We're located in Westside Elementary School Auditorium, and we're here to prepare students for college, career, and life. Moving right along, we'll jump right into it. We got a lot on the agenda tonight. We'll start with Isle of Wight Achievers. Mrs. Briggs.
All straight. All right. Very good. Let's see. Mr. Cooprider, is that going to pop up here in a minute? Yeah, okay, very good. All right. So while that's taking place, I'll go ahead and state that the vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. The Isle of Wight Achievers section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our students and staff for their unique talents and gifts. And before we get started, just to go over kind of the ground rules on how this works, especially if it's your first time coming to Achievers, when I call your name, if you will come up, and our Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Dr. Christopher Coleman, is going to hand you a pin. You'll be bringing your certificate with you that you've already received while you're in the audience. We're going to have you stand in front of me facing the board. And when we get all of your team up here, then we'll have you turn around. We'll give everyone a round of applause, and we'll have you go to the backdrop for a photo that Mr. Elliott will take. Families, that's the perfect time for you to come up and also get a photo of your child and their team in front of the backdrop. And while we'd love to have you stay as long as you want, we will understand if you decide to tiptoe right out after your recognition, because we do realize that school ended today for students, and tomorrow is graduation. So we want to acknowledge that we definitely appreciate the fact that you are here tonight. So kicking off our recognitions is Windsor High. Windsor High had a total of 7 participants in the VHSL Class II Outdoor Track and Field Championships held at James Madison University on the weekend of May 31st through June 1st. The team is coached by Tyler Mosley and Malcolm Green, and we'll ask the coaches to come on up. Dr. Coleman will have your pins. And as they're coming up, we're going to recognize the students who participated in the state competition. Elizabeth Caudle participated in the girls' 1,600-meter run. Chevelle Joyner participated in the girls' 400-meter dash. Kiara Key Towns participated in the girls' triple jump. Shemaya Stevenson participated in the girls' shot put and placed 8th in the state, earning a bronze medal. Yay! Man. Zamari Pearson participated in the boys' long jump, high jump, and triple jump events. He placed 8th in the triple jump, and 5th in the high jump, earning a bronze medal for both. That's awesome. Damon Smith participated in the boys' discus and shot put events. Damon Smith placed 5th in the shot put, earning a bronze medal, and 2nd in the discus, earning a silver medal. Timothy Butler participated in the boys' discus and shot put events. He placed 1st in both shot put and discus, earning him the title of VHSL state champion in both events, and he's the back-to-back champion in the discus, having also placed 1st last year. We want to congratulate these Windsor High students on an outstanding track season. Great job. And I'm curious, Timothy, are you a senior? Okay. Damon, are you a senior? Okay, darn it, so no chance to beat him next year. All right, but that's pretty cool. All right, we're going to have you go over here to the backdrop, and we've got Mr. Elliott, who's prepared to take a group photo. And once again, families, this is the perfect opportunity if you want to come up and get a photo as well. Thanks again. Congratulations. Elementary students across all of Wight County Schools were very successful at the Great Computer Challenge, a joint project of WHRO, the Consortium for Interactive Instruction, and Old Dominion University. The Great Computer Challenge, provides a competitive opportunity for students in kindergarten through 12th grade from public and private schools to demonstrate their knowledge of various computer applications and programming skills. We are excited to recognize the teams from Isle of Wight County Schools that placed at the competition. From Carrollton Elementary in Level 1 Visual Programming Block Coding, the Cardinals placed with a designation of good, which is equivalent to 3rd place. Team members are Trace Scariata. Come on up, Trace. Finnegan May and Thomas Drotleff. You stand right there. And their coach is Michelle Pilo. Are you face that way? Look that way. Look at them. There we go. Do we have it? Is that? Yay, Miss Pilo. Okay, very good. Very good. Awesome. And we want to congratulate you guys on doing such a great job at Great Computer Challenge. Yay! Very good.
Good job, guys.
So we'll have you go over here for a photo. And we'll go ahead and move on to our next school that did Great Computer Challenge. Westside Elementary, placed 3rd in the Level 2 Internet Scavenger Hunt. Team members are Lillian Freestrom and Miranda Jones, and their coach is Sharon Chapman. In Level 2 Block Coding from Westside, they earned a 2nd place, and team members for Level 2 Block Coding are Logan Tardif, Violet Pilo, and Alice Thompson, coached by Dr. Erica Newcomb. And we want to congratulate these students and teachers from Westside Elementary for their success at Great Computer Challenge. Nice job, everybody. All right. So we'll have you go over here to the backdrop and get a quick photo. And now we'll do Hardy Elementary, who also participated. In Level 1 Visual Programming Block Coding, the Mustangs placed with a designation of good, which is equivalent to 3rd place. Team members are Elijah Bradley, Ruby Brown, and Jackson Nichols, and the coaches are Mallory Bradley, Relda Ferneri, and Kathy Wood. You see any of them back there? No? Okay. All In Level 1 Desktop Publishing, Hardy's team of Oliver Poehler and Carter Bray received a superior, the equivalent of first place. The Level 2 Desktop Publishing team of Tana Miller, Jamison Scott, and Anna Gies received an honorable mention. Both teams are coached by Alicia Reeves and Angela Thompson. There you go. Oh my goodness. And still from Hardy, in graphic design, the Level 1 team of Elena Smith, Judson Miles, and Nora Bender received a superior rating. And the Level 2 team of Nora Price, Emily Reed, and Juanita Nunez Rodriguez placed second. Both teams are coached by Heather Stafford and Aaron Matson. Oh my goodness. Well, we want to congratulate you guys. Oops. My apologies. We have more coming. There we go. Very good. We want to congratulate all of you from Hardy on your great work at the Great Computer Challenge. Good job. And thanks for being here. We'll get you to come over here to get a picture, okay? Yeah, right over here. Yep. There you go. Nicely done, folks. Here you go, buddy. There you are. You can probably imagine what's happening down here, can't you? Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay. We are going to move on to our next honorees. 3 students from Isle of Wight County Schools were selected to participate in the Virginia School Boards Association Student Art Contest in conjunction with the Regional Spring Network Forum. The contest for the Tidewater Forum was April 24th in Portsmouth. Each division in the Tidewater region can submit one piece of art for each of the 3 categories, elementary, middle, and high. Tonight, we are recognizing the 3 students who represented Isle of Wight County Schools in the contest. At the elementary level, and I know they're not here, Dr. Coleman, but at the elementary level, Evie Thornton, a 5th grader from Windsor Elementary, had her art entered. Her art teacher is Emily Bradshaw. And, whoops, my apologies, I should have shown Windsor, but this is her art that was entered. Isn't it beautiful? I just love that. So we have lots of talented students, and just wait, as they say, just wait, there's more. At the middle school level, Maddie Plews, who is with us tonight, an 8th grader from Georgie Tyler Middle School, had her art entered, and hers placed 3rd in the VSBA contest, and her art teacher is Jennifer Smith. So we've got Maddie joining us tonight. We'll have you stand in front here, Maddie. Oh, and this was Maddie's artwork that placed 3rd, called, is it Butterfly Girl? What was it? Is that yours? Whoops, wait a minute. Hang on. I may have, was I given wrong? Is that yours? Okay. Okay, so you still got a wow. So, yes. So my apologies. Oh, and here is a ribbon. And you can stand up there, and we're going to do the other student, Ashley Bryant. My apologies, Ashley. Senior from Smithville High, was the division's entry in the high school category, and her work also placed 3rd in the VSBA contest. Her art teacher is Alyssa Kennedy, so come on up, Ashley. And I'm going to go back really quick so you can wow again at Ashley's art. And Ashley, was this called Butterfly Girl? Was it? Yes, okay, good. Very good. So this one placed 3rd out of all the entries from the entire region, as did Maddie's. Let me go back, and I apologize, I got the schools mixed up, but we do have the artwork up there, so very good. Oh, and I'm sorry, Ashley, here's a ribbon for you from the contest. We want to congratulate them and their teachers, and we'll have you come over here for a photo, okay? Thank you. Okay. So moving on, we're going to recognize some students from Smithville Middle School. The KidWin and Solar Challenge is a hands-on design competition that engages students in STEM through the lens of wind and solar energy. Student teams design and construct small wind turbines and solar structures that they test and then meet with a panel of industry professionals, professional judges to present their design process and demonstrate their contextual knowledge of renewable energy. Teams also engage in a variety of instant challenges to gauge on their on-the-spot teamwork and problem-solving skills. Smithville Middle had 2 teams qualify for state competition in the solar category. First, the Sigma Feds team of Maddox Ward, Barron Johnson, and Griffin Leonard. And the Lightning Bolts team of Ellie Fetch, Reagan Twyford, Evelyn Porter, and Charlotte Harris. I don't know if we have any of those with us, but we want to congratulate them. Thank you. Very good. All right, you'll stay up here. And Smithville Middle sent 4 teams to the state KidWin competition. The PAC team of Walker Park, Trevor Myers, Camden Lawrence, Colton Bingham, and Tanner Brobst. Engineers on Point with team members Emma DeVork, Caroline Cox, Sophia Largena, and Sage Hetke. The Chicken Flow team, I don't understand the names, so I guess I'm old. The Chicken Flow team of Jack Rowe, Brody Sering, Will Johnston, and Miles Bozemans. Yeah, we got one. All right. Very good. Come on up. Also, the Smithville Middle School Wizards of Wind team of Colin Hicks, Brennan Thompson, Ethan Whitlow, Logan Greer, and Logan Taylor. All right. Now I have a little more to share about this Wizards of Wind team. The Wizards of Wind team placed second in the state competition and received an invitation to the World KidWin Challenge in Minneapolis, Minnesota, which was held May 5th through 8th. At the World Challenge, Wizards of Wind competed against middle school turbine teams from across the country and brought home one of only 2 Judges Awards for middle school for impressing the judges with their knowledge and engineering practices associated with building their turbine. The Wizards of Wind paid tribute to all the other Smithville Middle School teams who were part of their journey to nationals by including those team logos on their turbine blades. The coach for Smithville Middle is Danielle Joyner. Yay. And I know Smithville Middle's only been doing this for a couple years, and it's great that they've gone the national competition. Is this the second year? Yeah, just 2 years. That's pretty high standards there. You go to nationals for 2 years in a row of your first 2 years. So we want to congratulate all you guys for your hard work and your amazing accomplishments. Thank you so much. Very good. Hey, can I go? So Smithfield High sent 2 teams to state competition in the solar category. The Roaring Packers team of Maya Elliott, Evelyn Newman, Javante Newby, and Vincent Jamie Sawyer competed with their solar-powered air quality monitoring box. Okay. And the Hungry Chickens team of Peyton Bosemans and Jack Sleephart placed 3rd in the state, I'll get you to stand right there, in the state for their new improved solar-powered critter feeder that is controlled from a phone. Both teams were also winners in the Invent Virginia Invention DC competition after judges completed a week of reviewing inventions submitted by students in grades 2 through 12. The Roaring Packers received the Environmental Monitoring Technology Award, Solar Powered Air Quality Monitor, or SPAQM, and the Hungry Chickens received a Category Inventor Award in Agriculture for their solar-powered feeder. In addition, the Hungry Chickens solar-powered Alexa-enabled controlled small animal feeder was among the 4 Virginia finalists to be nominated to compete in the National Invention Convention at the Henry Ford Innovation Center in Dearborn, Michigan, held June 5th through 7th. So that just happened. Liebherr graciously donated $2,500 to help the team with travel expenses so they could attend the convention. The team placed 3rd nationally, so that was pretty impressive. In addition, we've got some more folks, I think, joining this young man. In the wind turbine category, the Goon Squad placed second in the high school level in state competition and also won a trip to the World Kidwin Challenge. The team of Jacob Miller, Katie Gallahorn, Seneca Register, and Shelby Huffaker won Best Overall Win Champion at Worlds. The coaches are Heather Greer and Adam Shipman. And just to explain, the Wind Champion, the award includes turbine output in 4 different wind speed tunnels, a judge's presentation, a data analysis challenge, an energy quiz, and a turbine sighting challenge. More information on the World Kidwin Challenge, including video of the teams and the award presentations, can be found online at kidwin.org/challenge/worlds, and you'll find Smithfield Middle and Smithfield High on that site. And we want to congratulate them. And actually, if y'all will stay put, because there's more coming up with Ms. Greer and Mr. Shipman, so just hold tight. In addition, engineering students from Smithfield High had another successful showing at the Eastern Virginia SEAL Challenge for the 3rd year in a row. In the Sea Challenge, students build a submersible ROV, or remote operated vehicle, that has to put numbered blocks in the corresponding numbered boxes, only using a camera and remote control to see and move the robot. Team Motion in the Ocean won the High School Innovation Award. Team members are Tanner Clifton, Colson Turner, and Colin Phillips. In the Air Challenge, students build a drone that has to drop a payload in certain boxes. The drone uses a camera to read QR codes, and the students use remote control to fly and drop the payload. The team of Logan Neal and Jack Sleephart won Best Execution. And in the Land Challenge, students build robots that are operated remotely and carry payloads to specific boxes. The SHS robotics team of Emily Miller, Vincent Jamie Sawyer, Aiden Montgomery, and John Worthington won Best Execution. So we want to congratulate all these outstanding engineering and manufacturing students. Good job. And we'll have you come over here to the backdrop to get a photo. Okay, we're going to move on to our next honoree. Each quarter, we recognize one of our support staff members who has gone above and beyond the call of duty. Anyone throughout the division is invited to submit nominations. A panel reviews the nominees and selects the quarterly winners. Our 2023-2024 fourth quarter ABCD award winner is Jermaine Costin, School Security Officer at Windsor High School. The nomination for Mr. Costin states, "I couldn't wait to share the incredible work of this incredible man. Coach Costin, Mr. Security Man, or Bubby as I call him, is a man with many names, but more importantly, he is a man that goes above and beyond his call of duty every day. Windsor High was missing something. Our students were missing something. The spark was present, it just needed to be stoked. Jermaine came in as an SSO and a basketball coach, and it was immediately apparent that he had some hard work ahead of him in order to gain the trust of our kids. He showed up every day and showed them that whether they won or lost, they possessed greatness. Fast forward to today, after the patter of feet leave the building, he changes his clothes and shoes and heads to the Windsor Rec Center. It has become a daily highlight for many of our boys. Some of these young men were distant and needed to see if he would keep his promise and always show up for them. Now, the fist bumps and friendly heckling echo down the hallways. Each day, it is a barrage of excuses as to why one or the other lost the previous day's game. It is hilarious to witness. Jermaine Costin, the SSO, security man, and my big brother, is a blessing to us all here at the castle. He leads with humbleness and guides our students with great encouragement and enthusiasm. From the fire stations of his previous role to the halls and basketball courts of Windsor High School, he is still saving lives, just without the lights and sirens. As part of his award, Mr. Costin is receiving a $50 Visa gift card, thanks to the generous support of VSS, and he is also receiving a personalized plaque created in the Smithfield High School Makerspace. Mr. Costin, thank you for all you do, and thank you so much for your great work. That's it. And that's going to conclude Achievers. I have the next item as well, so I'm going to stay put. Ready for me to go with the next one? Okay, very good. Our current school board liaison from Smithville High has completed her 2-year term on the board and will be leaving us for college. Last month, we recognized Samantha Conyers for her work and dedication to the position of liaison. At this time, I'm delighted to introduce the new school board liaison from Smithville High, Cameron Hicks. So Cameron, why don't you come on up front so so we can make you feel very awkward. Just come on up front.
You can come on up and grab a chair if you want to, young lady.
Now you face them, so I'm going to tell them about you because they will be seeing a lot of you come September. Cameron is a sophomore at Smithville High School. She resides in Carrollton and District 4. She serves, so that's you, Mr. Marsh, is that correct? District 4? That's right. She serves as the Media Relations Officer for the Library Advisory Council and the Spanish Honor Society. She's a member of the debate team and Beta Club. She assisted in painting the mural in the community room at Centera St. Luke's in Carrollton. Cameron has a strong interest in government and politics and hopes her time as liaison will provide her a better understanding of the role of elected officials. We congratulate Cameron and look forward to having her on the board representing Smithville High for the next 2 years. Congratulations, Cameron. Very good. And Mr. Elliott would love to get a nice shot of you that we can send out there with a little press release. So if you'll grab your stuff and follow him, we'll be able to get that done today while you're here. So Cameron will be joining us in September, and Connor will become our senior liaison from Windsor High, and he will be a good mentor for Cameron.
Connor, you going to show her the ropes?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right, and let me just ask really quick. We were going to recognize Smithville High School's track team, but I don't think any of them joined us, so I'm just going to check. No, so we're going to see if we can invite them back in July. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, everybody. Let's see, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
I'm getting the list. I know we have one for sure. I'm just going to go ahead. In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. Ms. Heather Greer.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the school board. As you've already heard, my name is Heather Greer. I'm the engineering teacher at Smithfield High School. As we close out our 23-24 school year, we have so much to be thankful for, and we are extraordinarily proud of our students' accomplishments. The engineering and manufacturing program was started at SHS in 2016 and 17. Over the past 5 years, our students have brought home state and national awards. They've earned over $10,000 in engineering career-specific scholarships as well. Our welding program is experiencing the same degree of success. After only 3 years in this position, Mr. Miller's students are now really earning their industry-recognized credentials, and area businesses are paying attention. This is evidenced by the number of businesses that are knocking on our doors to come out and speak with our students, and also by the number of businesses that not only came out to the Wight Reverse Job Fair, but also extended job offers to our students. It is through the training and experiences that they are receiving through our CTE programs, as well as the instruction that they are receiving from their core teachers that are truly preparing these students for college, career, and life. However, on May 16th, it appeared that our Board of Supervisors did not see the value of our programs, at least not to the point they would be willing to properly invest in our schools in order to provide the proper maintenance of the equipment and funds for the consumables we require. And their decision brings me here tonight to plead with you to prioritize our programs and avoid cutting our CTE budgets. Our teachers and instructors are some of the best in the region because we care. But at the end of the day, caring, planning, and wishing are not enough. There must be a continued investment into keeping our programs up and running. For example, out of the 20 welding machines in our welding CTE program, 16 were donated by Liebherr Mining Equipment Company. Those machines have done well and are still running, but they have far surpassed their useful life cycle. In the 3 years that Mr. Miller has been an instructor, 2 of the machines have been sent out for repair, and the internal boards on those machines are no longer available for further repair. So, by the way, each time one of those machines goes down, a student has to share a welding booth with another student. As you can imagine, this has an effect on their training. The cost of replacing these machines is substantial. Our welding program will require a minimum of $109,000 to bring our welding machines up to date. Given the limited funding we already have, it will be nearly impossible for the CTE program to replace these machines while keeping the other programs up and running. Well, we understand sacrifices will have to be made. And unfortunately, that's going to come at the expense of our students' ability to get certified. This program, as well as others, are in dire need of a maintenance plan. These welding machines are desperately need to be replaced on a rotation plan, replaced instead of continuing to put Band-Aids on equipment that's beginning to limp along. Just like our personal cell phones, our 3D printers are outdated within 5 years, and the software used to run them is no longer supported. It's just part of doing business. The 3D printers are finicky machines. It takes a considerable amount of time and effort to research the problem and find resources to fix those problems. Our current 3D printers are on a maintenance plan, and that frees us to focus on instruction, and this gives our students opportunities to innovate and fabricate. Our laser cutter's laser is over 6 years old, and according to the manufacturer, they only have a 2 to 3 year lifespan. When the equipment doesn't work, our students cannot fabricate their prototypes nor create the products for their fundraisers and their competitions. Equipment throughout our program needs to be serviced regularly. It is my hope that when it comes time to make these difficult decisions, you will regard our CTE programs as a priority worth supporting financially. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greer.
Ms. Martha Jackson.
Martha Evans Jackson, District 3. Well, the moving up ceremonies have been completed for this year. Graduation takes place tomorrow. So as the lazy, hazy days of summer approach, this would be an opportune time for citizens, parents, and guardians to let the Board of Supervisors know how important funding is for our schools. We expect our educators to be top-notch while not having any faults. Well, this comes at a price. Our teachers have spent years educating themselves so that they can teach our children. We must pay them for their expertise. We don't want them to leave our district when there are exceptional teachers. Besides teaching, they spend time sponsoring extracurricular clubs and sports, plus mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds of paperwork and professional development that is required of them to maintain licensure. Our paraprofessionals, our administrative associates, our nurses, our custodians, the maintenance department, and our other departments must be paid, and our 9 buildings must be maintained. And don't we know how costly that is? So let our funding board know that we will no longer accept leftovers or scraps for our students. Our students deserve the very best. So let's go before the Board of Supervisors, email them, call them, repeat. Let them know that we will not be denied funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
That was the last speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Connor, you're up, young man.
Alrighty. So this was a great school year. Went by a little too fast, but in May, Windsor had their play, and that went very well. Miss Beatty told us that it raised the most money that any play has ever raised before. And then Beta Club helped out with the Carsville Field Day, and that was a huge success. And then can't wait for next year. Thank you.
Aren't you a member of the Beta Club?
Sir?
Are you a member of the Beta Club?
Yes, sir.
So what did you guys do over there?
We helped volunteer like the stations, so we allowed them to have more stations than just like what they would have had, so the parents could spend time with the kids, and then we could actually run the stations for them.
Awesome. I did that last year at Windsor, and they put me in a potato sack race. I thought I was going to have a stroke. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything from the rest of the board? All right. That takes us to 14.1, VHSL. Thanks, Connor.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. You have before you the VHSL membership applications for both Windsor High School and Smithfield High School for next year. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for that. I think they are up for your approval.
Any comments, questions from the board? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the VHSL applications for the 2024-2025 school year.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Nope. Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes. Motion passes. Moving right along, 14.2, FY 2025 payroll calendar. It's another action item for the board.
Easy.
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Any questions or comments?
Nope. Looks good.
All right. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the fiscal year 2025 payroll calendar as presented.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes. Motion passes. Takes us to item 14.3, food service meal prices. Another action item.
Dr. Coleman, as you assemble, Mr. Chair, if I may, would you introduce, have Mrs. Hicks introduce herself?
Chairman, board members, Dr. Kramer, my name is Kathy Hicks. I'm a retired school nutrition specialist from Bristol City Schools down in Region 7. If you couldn't figure it out already, I'm not from around here. You can tell my accent. I have, however, transplanted since my retirement in January to Hampton. I have a child in the Navy, so I now live in Hampton. And I got a request from the Virginia Department of Education leadership, Dr. Sandy Kerwood, asking if I would be interested in helping out this district with some school nutrition issues from their recent FPAR. So I said, sure, I'm retired, why not? So here I am. I have over 26 years experience. I have been on multiple councils with the Virginia Department of Education Child Nutrition Program leadership there in Richmond. I represented Region 7 for USDA and multiple things. I've presented at national conferences in July over the past few years. Everything from National School Lunch to the dinner program, the CACFP in the evenings. So I felt like I could use my knowledge to help the children in this district have a better program or a great program. So here I am. And again, my name is Kathy Hicks, and I'm originally from down in Southwest.
Mr. Chair, if I can add very quickly, when we had a vacancy in this department, I sought support from the Virginia Department of Education, and she came extremely highly recommended and is doing great work. So we're very pleased to have you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Glad to have you, Ms. Hicks. And as a native of the Lone Star State, I like your accent.
Great. You're probably the only one around here that thinks that. But that's okay. We're all special.
Dr. Coleman.
All right. We also have joining us today is Mr. Mark Ruffin. He's the interim food service liaison. Him and Ms. Hicks has been working behind the scenes with the FPAR that you're going to hear a lot about today, and you're going to have some questions and some answers that you can get right here. The first thing that we want to actually address is the food service meal pricing for the 2024-2025. You can just hit that. Oh, just hit that. There you go. Let me get that. Yeah. All right, Ms. Hicks, you take it over.
Okay. In the school nutrition program, under some federal regulations that came into play in 2012 when the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act was enacted, don't know if everybody remembers, that's the year that everything kind of changed, the types of foods we served and so forth, when we had President Obama in office. So we are still enacting a lot of the regulations that went into place in 2012, and meal pricing was one of those things. USDA has a formula that requires us, or every school district, if you have paying students who are not CEP, which is the Community Eligibility Program, which means there's no payment. If you have paying students who are eligible to fill out an application and they're denied, so they pay full price, we are required to try to balance that or to create a lunch price that is closer to the reimbursement we receive for all the free students. And basically, this past year, that was getting close to $5. So the thought at the USDA levels, if they give us $5 for that meal, why are students paying $1? We're not supposed to subsidize those students whose families are eligible to be paying with those funds that's provided for the students who aren't eligible, who do not pay. So we have a formula, and with that formula, we were required to increase the meal prices, as you can see, including the adults, because we receive no reimbursement whatsoever on an adult meal. Basically, the only money that's received is the money that the adult hands us at the cash register. So that's why those prices have increased 10 cents per year on the student meals, and it's a different formula for the adults, and it can go higher than 10 cents over previous year due to the formula of, there's multiple things that plays into it, but it's a standardized formula and the whole United States uses it.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruffin, I don't think I've seen you up here before, but I'm hearing lots of good things.
right. I'm going to stay for the next for 14.4 whenever you get
Well, we
ready.
got to take action there.
Take a vote on it.
It's over to you.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the student and adult meal price increase to breakfast and lunch as presented.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Now we can do 14.4, Doc.
All right. 14.4, the Memorandum of Understanding for IWCS and Wight County. I have received back the last edits from the county and from the school board. The only thing that's going to change is the schools that will be utilized and the number of facilities or departments from the county that will have access to this Memorandum of Understanding. So it was shortened from to the Emergency Management, Wight County Sheriff's Office, Farmers Market, Parks and Recreation, and Board of Supervisors. Those will be the only ones that apply for this. Go right here.
So I know the answer, but for the folks that are listening, why did we shorten that list?
There was a request from the county to shorten the list. Of course, we had Smithfield Law Enforcement, Windsor Law Enforcement, but it was a request from the county to actually shorten the list to these 5 departments.
Because it's specifically an MOU between the county.
Yes,
and
yes,
the-
an MOU
right.
between us. With that stated, after we sign, if you find favor into this MOU, after you sign, I will send it off to the Board of Supervisors to sign for it to be effective.
And so, Doc, we've been working on this, you've been working on this for quite some time. Give us a quick rundown of what all you had to do to make this happen.
All right. So the MOU actually hasn't been edited for the last 21 years. So you had to go through and just ensure that we were matching up sites, meaning the Board of Supervisors at the time were charging us for using their facilities, and we were charging them for using our facilities, and it was a mix-mack of that nature. So going through the MOU, ensuring that it's updated, ensuring that at this time the new board will sign off on what we feel should be in the MOU, and now making it more of an annual MOU, just like the SRO MOU, that we can go back and check every single year to ensure everything is going on. Also, the meetings with Parks and Rec and other county officials, just to ensure that we all have a buy-in with this MOU.
And just in summary, so you've already bounced this by us at least once, and you've bounced it past the Board of Supervisors. It's been reviewed by lawyers.
Yes.
We're good to go.
Absolutely. Our attorney has reviewed it. Their attorney has reviewed it. Board of Supervisors placed eyes on this at least 2 to 3 times, and of course you 2 times.
Got it.
I had a concern, which I already shared with you. On the section 4, the facility scheduling, it says that they have priority status and could displace other non-school related organizations. Does this include the churches that are renting and other organizations that are contractual?
No, ma'am.
Or,
go right ahead. I apologize.
no.
The conflict that usually occurred was between, let's just say, just using for example, some of the recreation teams from Windsor and some of the recreation teams from Smithfield, and coinciding with those programs that Parks and Rec was having during the same time period. So a lot of times you get into schedule conflicts over the fields and who was going to use it at what time and different things of that nature. With this agreement in place, the county Parks and Rec facilities, just using them for example, will bump other community youth groups to use the facilities. That's how this MOU is set up. That's how the original was supposed to be set up from what I was told. And that's how this one was written into place.
So this will not be used to displace.
Churches, no ma'am. It will not be used to displace the churches.
Good question. Anything else? All right. If somebody'd like to make a motion, we can check this one in the box too.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the final draft of the Memorandum of Understanding between the School Board and the County Board of Supervisors on facility use agreements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Takes us to 14.5, title grants. I think that mic is dead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Dr. Kramer, board members. I'm here to present the title grants, which fall under ESSA, that was a federal law that was passed in 2015 to help ensure that schools are funded and are successful. So you have the titles 1, 2, 3, and 4 grants.
Can you give, for the listening audience, can you give us a very broad overbrush of the differences of this those four grants?
Sure. So Title I helps, its focus and the target of the funds are for the to improve academic achievement of the disadvantaged. Title II is focused more on our educators, our teachers in the division, is for preparing teachers and principals, high quality PD training. Title III is for our EL, our English learning students and our immigrant students. And Title IV focuses on our students a little bit more. It's for student support and academic achievement.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. And how many Title I schools do we have?
3.
Which are those?
Westside, Windsor, Hardy, and Carsville.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions besides that?
I had a question on page 66. It's talking about a reallocation of funds. Can you explain why funds are being reallocated from Windsor to Carsville and Hardy? Or is this?
So
it's Title I. It's on page 66 of the thing. It's just showing that these funds are being reallocated. And I am throwing that out. Sorry about that.
So I don't know on page 66.
You can get back to me
Okay.
with it. That's fine.
It is based on when we've done the funding for the schools. We look at the population, the number, their percentage of poverty, so and then the schools and their size. So that is how the funds were distributed amongst the school. Carsville is the smallest, so they do receive a little bit less funding, but it's based on their population and their low income. And I can go back and I'll look at 66 and get page 66 and get back with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know how and why those funds are reallocated. If they're given to that school based on population stuff, I would think those funds were intended to be used for that school.
Okay.
So I was concerned with why they're being moved out of that specific school to other schools.
She said 66.
We can look at it. Y'all can get back to me with it. That's fine. No, it's fine. We'll discuss it later and get back. I know I'm throwing that probably out. I didn't know if that would be something that y'all knew off the top of your head, so that's fine.
Okay, we didn't see a 66. We'll get back
half
with
of them
you.
were upside down, so I know it's hard to read. So,
Okay, sorry. We'll get back with you on that.
Any other comments? All right. Mr. Wooster, you'd like to do a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the Title I, II, III, and IV grants for the 2024-2025 school year.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah.
Mrs. Perkins?
yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes. Motion passes. All right, that takes us to 14.6, the Division Literacy Plan.
Good evening. Just kidding. Good evening, Chair Marsh, school board members, Dr. Kramer, and others. We're here to talk about the Division Literacy Plan. We're here to talk about the Virginia Literacy Act.
and one of its requirements. Part of the law requires each division to create a division literacy plan, have it approved by the school board, and then submit it to VDOE by July 1st. After that, our final draft will be posted on our Wight County Schools website. To develop our division literacy plan, we worked collaboratively with educators in our district to write our first draft, which you see before you. There are 6 sections. The first is our vision for literacy in grades K-5 and how we will communicate this vision to all of our stakeholders in our community. The second is what high-quality instructional materials, HQIM, we will use for core, supplemental, or intervention in all classrooms, including EL, special education, and general education classrooms. Section 3 is the training we'll provide teachers in evidence-based reading research and our new curriculum, My View Literacy, by SAVIS. The 4th section discusses what assessments we will use to monitor student progress. Section 5 discusses how we will assess division level literacy progress. And finally, the 6th shares specifics on how we will engage families, caregivers, and our community, especially with the student reading plans and providing home support for continued literacy learning. After reviewing our division literacy plan, what questions do you have for us?
I've got one.
Okay.
And I'll depend on you ladies to keep me honest here. Mrs. Getz and I spoke about this, I think it was last week. So this is a VLA requirement that you implement this plan. But if I understand it correctly, the Virginia Department of Education hasn't finalized all the ins and outs of this?
Correct. We don't know middle school, so currently the VDOE is only requiring that we complete a literacy plan for K-5, and then the following year, 25-26, we'll submit the plan for K-8.
Got it. Okay. And on page 7 of that plan, there's a link. Are you going to advertise that, push that out?
How we're going to do our family engagement and all of those strategies?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to.
Yeah.
We have a literacy resources K-5 page on our website, so I can put it all there for them. Woo.
So
emphasis.
There's a lot on our website as a whole. It's kind of buried in there. So anything you can do to draw attention to it, I think is awesome. You guys advertised when you were selecting the curriculum that's a part of this plan. I thought that was awesome how you guys solicited community feedback. So.
Yeah, I think part of the new implementation of the new My View literacy will be to include training parents. Like parents were trained on our previous curriculum, and so now we have a new one. And so we are going to have to do a lot of training for parents of what does this now mean? What does it look like? What happens at home? What is your role? So we'll have to do that in the fall.
Yes, it's a lot going on. I mean,
yes.
As a parent of 2 in now middle school and elementary,
it's hard.
You
to
really
keep
have
up.
to stay on top of it to keep up with all the moving pieces.
You really do. It's a lot to keep up with. But yes, that's a very good question, and we will work to train parents on what are the expectations.
Thanks, ladies. Sure. Anybody else?
No.
Anybody willing to make a motion? It's action item, yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
It is.
Approve it as presented.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the division literacy plan as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Thanks, ladies, for all your work on that. All right, that rolls us into 14-7. Let's talk about Carrollton's HVAC.
Mr. Chair, school board members, here to talk about the Carrollton HVAC project overall and answer any questions that you have. We're going to introduce 2 different items to you. Joining me today, I have Mr. Chris Gossett, and on Zoom, Mr. Chris Gossett, you'll hear from, and Mr. Jorvis Rogers. These 2 gentlemen you met before when we first introduced the Carrollton HVAC project, and we started working through the issues of what was of what was going on with Carrollton HVAC, and these are the gentlemen that we work with. I do want to bring to your attention RRMM and why we used RRMM. RRMM is a RFP service, or we went through RFP. They're on a 5-year contract, and we did one for architects. The last time we renewed was in 2021. So every 5 years, we go out to bid, and we actually do a RFP for architects. RRMM won the last bid, and that's why we can go to RRMM, and then that organization will do RFPs for us, similar to how we did the Hardy project. So they will bid everything, they will actually work with the contractors and different things of that nature. So if you have seen RRMM name come up several times, or we're talking with individuals from RRMM, that's the reason why. That's the reason why. All right, so once again, first we will talk about, are there any questions concerning the relationship of RRMM and Alawite at this time? All right. So first we're going to talk about the Carrollton HVAC fee proposal. Now the Carrollton HVAC fee proposal is the amount of money that we need to pay in order to start the process for architectural design and engineering design. A lot of the questions that I've received over the last couple of weeks were surrounding how much will the Carrollton HVAC project cost to the dime? How much will that cost? We will not know how much that will cost until we have the architectural plans and the engineering plans drawn up. At that time, our RMM will submit out for an RFP, and we will get bids back, build a timeline, and be able to order from that. And when I say order all of the HVAC parts and all of the piping and everything that leads into that. So knowing the exact cost of the Carrollton HVAC project, RRMM has submitted a proposed cost of, as you already know, 7.3 with a 5% escalation fee. But at the same time, it is based on when we finish the architectural designs and the engineering so we can submit for the RFP.
So before we get into the nuts and bolts, just because there's a lot going on here, there's a lot going on. Folks are out there and probably listening on what in the world is he talking about?
Right.
So bottom line is we're in contract with RRMM.
Yes.
And tonight you're asking us to approve a fee to pay RRMM to go in and figure out the exact cost that it's going to require to fix Carrollton's HVAC.
That is correct, the exact cost.
That cost is to the tune of $465,000.
That is the fee proposal for them to start work, yes.
Okay. So just want to make sure everybody understands that's what we're doing, because there's a lot going on here.
Mr. Chair, may I add?
Yes, sir.
So that 465 is included in the overall cost, am I correct?
Thank you there, Dr. Kramer. Yes, the 465, it is actually included into the 7.3 at this time of the overall cost. It is included in that.
And so even though we haven't officially approved the budget yet, we've already had the Board of Supervisors say we're going to get this money.
Yes, the Board of Supervisors did say that some projects are able to move forward, but they still have to actually bid out for this money to issue out a bond for this money. So we're waiting for them to actually tell us when we can move forward, but we're trying to get everything in line, and this school board meeting is for approval that when we do get the funds, we can move forward with the payment to RRMM so that therefore they can start the planning process.
Right. And so bottom line is, for the sake of time, we're trying to get this ball in motion.
Yes.
To get this repair done as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And once again, I have two gentlemen online. If you have any questions concerning that, if you want to get into the little questions in a second, we can put them on.
Board? Is it Mr. Gossett?
Mr. Gossett.
Mr. Gossett, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
So talk us through the bottom. There's the projected cost for 2024. Give us the nuts and bolts of the escalation cost at the bottom of that proposal. What does that mean?
Yes, sir. All right, let me see here. So do you all have the cost model in front of you by any chance?
Yes, sir. I believe everyone does.
Okay, so the total projected cost for the project this year is $7,336,731. That fee includes all of the design cost, our estimated construction cost, and a 5% contingency factor. That cost is for 2024. That was the number we pulled together in hopes that we would be able to begin construction this summer. And I think you all remember earlier in the year when we presented to you all originally, this was the number we were shooting for in hopes that we would have gotten approval for construction this summer. But again, it looks like we're probably going to be doing this construction in 2025. So the real total project cost would be $7,703,568, and that is an estimated number. Things could get better over the next year. Costs could go down. Gas prices could change. We really don't know. We can always hope for that, of course, but the trend over the past 4 years has been a 4 to 5% escalation across the board, and that's been really dead on accurate.
Understood. I know that this board and the county of Isle of Wight has learned that delaying projects has ended up costing us more in the long run. So the sooner you guys can get cracking on refining this estimate, the better, I think.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I'm having a hard time hearing. It sounds really muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry. I said that Isle of Wight has learned that delaying projects of this size, it ends up costing us money in the long run. So at least from where I'm sitting, the sooner you guys can get to work on this, the better.
Yes, sir, absolutely. As you can see, every year is roughly $400,000 plus or minus.
And how long do you expect your work to take until you get it completed, to get the estimate refined?
It would take Jarvis and I probably about 3 months to do the design once we get approval from you all, and then another 3 to 4 months for construction. So if we shoot to, say, complete our design by February, March of next year, we have a few long lead time items that we need to order. Like the new air handling units are 20-week lead items. So that's, give or take, 4 months, 5 months. So we need to get this out. We need to get this under design and out for bid probably by February. Would you think, Jarvis?
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%.
All right. So if we award this February or March, that will give the contractor enough time to order the long lead time items and do a majority of this work over the summer of 2025.
Understood. Dr. Coleman, is there anything that you want to bring to our attention? Anything we should be tracking on other than the obvious?
Not at this time concerning the fee proposal. I think you have it in front of you. As you said, time is of the essence. I think everyone wants to get this done. Ensuring that we get the fee proposal, give them plenty of time to get a set design, give them plenty of time to order the equipment that's needed, and a continual communication. There will be continued communication to ensure that everyone knows what's going on at all times.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Anything else from the rest of the board?
Mr. Chair, if there are no questions from the board members, I'm sorry, Mr. Collett, were you going to say something?
No, it's just, and I've been talking to Dr. Coleman about this for quite some time. It's just imperative that we move forward fairly quickly on this, and I do understand that we're not going to be able to do any of the construction, until next summer. But the sooner, listening to this gentleman right now, the sooner we can get everything done and get everything ordered, the better, because we actually don't know what the lead time is going to be next year.
That is the correct statement.
I just wanted to reiterate, Mr. Chair, I think I've had this conversation with Dr. Coleman, and I think Mr. Gossett said this clearly, but I think for the listening public, no construction will occur this summer given the need for the design. That will take months alone. So
yes,
the construction will not occur this summer or immediately. So again, I wanted to state that for the school community there in Carrollton, as well as the general public, that the design is going to take some time. Am I correct, Mr. Gossett? So the construction will not occur until next summer.
Yes, sir. That's the design. Like I said, we could push the design to hopefully be done before the end of this year. The only thing about that is our design would end up sitting on the shelf, and I guess bidding. We could bid after the new year. We could push it to bid before the new year, but the contractor, it just kind of sitting around, that sometimes it costs some money, so we probably wouldn't want to award the contractor too early to where we're tying them up in any way before it's necessary. We want to get them on board early enough to make the order for the long lead time items, and I think Jorvis could probably jump in and explain some work that could take place during the school year or during the winter months that wouldn't affect the school operation whatsoever.
Yeah, we kind of talked about potentially if we can get this design wrapped up, if we got into a position where we had the low bidder awarded and then the notice to proceed issued, you can look at things. It probably wouldn't at this point in time. Maybe it wouldn't be this winter. Maybe it's January or something like that. Well, not January, but January, February time period, something like that. You can start swapping out the cooling tower and other different components and stuff in the mechanical room to get the project moving forward with some of that stuff, just to ensure that when we get to the point where we decide we're going to go ahead and replace these units and equipment in the classrooms and throughout the school and the piping and whatnot during the summertime, that all this work can get done and can get to a substantial completion point in time period that would be around the middle of September. So there's ways to go about doing this. We do this all the time in a lot of school localities in terms of some of this stuff. And this is not, in my opinion, we're replacing things in the classroom, we're doing the mechanical room, that type of thing. But this is definitely something that can get knocked out in the summertime.
Right.
Thanks, gentlemen. Unless there's any other comments from the board, I say we take some action here and get this ball in motion.
Right.
Yep. Let's do it.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Co-
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the fee proposal of $465,824 to RRMM for the cost of architectural and engineering services to create the Carrollton HVAC replacement design package.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes unanimous. That'll roll us right into the next action item, the RFP services.
All right. And this is going to be 14.8. Just an action item to move to authorize RRMM to issue the bid documents for the RFP bidding when design and engineering of Carrollton HVAC is complete. So as soon as the engineering and architectural plans are complete, I want to go ahead and authorize them to enter into the RFP at that time instead of waiting for another board meeting to occur. If it finishes early, that's great. But whenever it finishes during the month, authorize them to move into the RFP process at that time.
Understood. Any questions from the board?
Makes perfect sense.
So basically, we'll give you the green light to do what you need to do.
Absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I move to authorize RRMM to issue the bid documents for the RFP bidding when design and engineering of Carrollton HVAC is complete.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes.
I'm going to take 5.
All right, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Gossett, appreciate you guys dialing in and joining us this evening. Dr. Kramer, keep us up to date, sir.
All right, copy that.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right,
And on that, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
absolutely.
All right, we'll reconvene. Let's jump right into it head first. Let's talk about the budget.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Kramer. Mr. Jenkins and I are here to discuss proposed revisions to the fiscal year 25 operating budget. So if you'll recall, you approved a budget on March 26th in the amount of $102,309,000, and that was for all funds. Then on May 16th, the Board of Supervisors approved a budget for the schools in the amount of $95.98 million. And today, we are here to propose a revised budget of $97.57 million. That is equal to a proposed reduction from what you originally approved in the amount of $4.7 million. And where that reduction comes from is the county contribution that we had originally requested, reduced by almost $6.6 million. We had an increase in state funds of about $1.7 million. We also refined our estimates for different federal aid that we receive, so that estimate increased to $130,000. And we have an increase in local funds, which is represented by our building rentals. So there's your 4.736. Okay.
Before we go any further, can you, for the listening audience, talk to us a little bit about the increase in state funds? How did that come to be? And if you're going to talk about that later, I'll just hold that.
No, I think I have that. The exact ones. The increases primarily came for the at-risk program and a compensation supplement. Also, too, with the original proposed budget, we were not anticipating receiving anything from the grocery and hygiene hold harmless tax, but we did receive $1.3 million there. Basic aid dropped a little, and sales tax kind of increased a little. They have an inverse relationship to them.
But the short story is we got more from the state than we had originally projected.
Yes, sir.
Got it. That's what I was getting at. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. So now we're going to go over the major changes, and keep in mind these are the changes from the fiscal year 24 budget. And this is in your original budget document on 26A, I believe, but I'm going to take you through each line. So the first, originally we had proposed adding 16.5 positions, and we have reduced it to 10 positions. And those positions are 2 reading specialists, 1 accountant, 1 patient care technician, 3 SPED inclusion teachers, and 3 SPED IAs. And so that total has been revised to $735,000. In the far right column is what you originally had approved.
And just for the sake of saying it out loud one more time, of those 10 new positions, 6 of them, as we've previously discussed in meetings, 6 of them are required per regulation. 1 of them is required to maintain Claude Moore grant funds. That's the patient care technician.
Yes.
The reading specialists are required as per the Virginia Literacy Act. And then that 10th position, which was the accountant, that was the one position that wasn't required in one way or the other that this board voted to approve in March.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
As you approved at your last board meeting, we were able to provide a 3% across the board pay raise. The cost is unchanged. We have removed the teacher step raises. We also were expecting a larger savings in the reduction in the VRS rate. We originally thought we were going to see a savings of a little over $1 million. However, The rate that was used in the original projection was at 14.41%, which is what the VRS, Virginia Retirement System actuary, calculated, and the General Assembly adopted a higher rate at 15.23%. So therefore, our savings went down to $450,000. Signing bonuses, we removed those. Teacher coverage, we have removed this, but this initiative is ongoing and under further discussion. I believe Dr. Kramer plans on putting a group together so we can get more input on what we could provide. And so we'll probably come back with a proposal for you later in the year.
Something to strive for as we move forward.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We originally had included 5 school buses in the operating budget, so we have removed that. You still have 5 buses in your capital side, which we'll get to. There were some other changes in pay and benefits, originally thinking it was going to be around $570,000 cost, and it came in a little bit lower at $513,000. Contracted maintenance remains, and this increase of $336,000 represents the addition of, I believe, 10 custodians through our contractor. Employee health care increased from the fiscal year 24 budget about $781,000. This is largely due to there was insufficient funding put in the 24 budget. So this is kind of playing a catch-up. As you previously approved at your last meeting, we have the addition of a clinician pay scale. I just crossed out because previously it was referred to as therapist wage enhancements, and so I just corrected the title there, and that total cost has remained the same. After school program in the amount of $45,000 as originally proposed. Utilities, we are seeing an increase of about $195,000, and once again, I believe it was wasn't funded sufficiently in fiscal year 24. Materials, we're seeing an increase or projecting an increase of $268,715. Where those increases are, athletic programs, we're looking at an increase of it's about almost $40 million. There's some 14.7 going to Smithfield High School and 24.1 going to Windsor for athletic programs. Your CTE program, there's an increase of $148,000, and then the balance is in instructional materials. Joint operations, or this is also the tuition that we pay to CSEP and Governor's School. The total increase is $332,543. The largest piece of that increase is for CSEP. It was insufficiently funded in 24. The actual increase that we are seeing when it comes to the increase in the tuition rates of that $332,000, CSEP is about $60,000, and GSA is about $53,000. So the largest increase is due to CSEP. Debt service is increasing to $57,000. Is that what it was? Yes. Okay. And that's just per the debt service schedule. Okay. Staff development contracts, we're seeing an increase of $95,000. Some of those increases are due to changes in training requirements. For instance, we have additional training that's required in accordance with VLA. So we're needing additional funds to cover that. Purchase services, an increase of $200,600. Once again, this is the same number as originally proposed and you approved. And this is broken out by The largest increase with that is in technology, about $119,000. $60,000 is for services we contract for instructional purposes, like translation services. And $27,000 is an increase for officials at athletic games for Smithfield and Windsor High. Other items was a small amount, and that has been removed. A couple of things that are new to this proposed budget is bus driver overtime. It was inadvertently, missed. And then there were some other non-personnel corrections of $77,000, and those are primarily in vehicle parts and fuel. So that brings the total revised changes from fiscal year 24 to $5.423 million, which is down $903,000 from the school board approved.
Ma'am, maybe it's a good time to pause before we start jumping into the next few pages. So, and I know there's a lot of people watching tonight. There's a lot of attention on this. So in March, well, I'll back up before that. We've been working on this for some time. Well before you got here, Mr. Jenkins jumped in here and he's helped us out a great deal with Dr. Roberts. But in March, this board sat up here and we presented two prioritized lists for funding. One was for the operational budget, the other was for capital one-time maintenance issues that we asked to be funded on. HVAC was one of those we just talked about. Historically, the Board of Supervisors has funded Wight County Schools categorically, meaning that they would fund us for specific categories. This year, they changed that up a bit and they funded us with a lump sum. And while we didn't get everything we asked for, they did give us a lump sum, and they put it back on the schools to take what we were afforded or provided, and then make our own priorities again. So what we're seeing here tonight, these items that are redlined out, these are what superintendent staff is presenting to the board tonight that has to go. In other words, there just isn't enough money in the money. There isn't enough allocated to get what we've presented, so something had to go. And that's what we've checked off tonight. So I know that there's people watching and trying to figure all this out, trying to spell it out pretty simply.
You articulated that accurately, Mr. Chair. Yes,
okay.
That is correct.
So in other words, what I don't want to happen tonight is I don't want someone sitting in the audience or sitting watching this on their computer at home going, well, yeah, the Board of Supervisors cut this, that, and the other. Well, not really. They gave us so many dollars, and the schools have to figure out what we're going to fund and what we're going to prioritize, and that's what we're doing tonight. So unless anybody else wants to add to that, I think we can move on. I just wanted to make sure everybody watching knows exactly what's going on up here, because this is a lot. This has been one heck of a budget season. And I did watch the Board of Supervisors at their last meeting, and someone said it's been the most difficult one they've ever went through. So this is my second, and I would say it's much worse than last year. Ma'am.
This next slide illustrates the county contribution and as it has changed from fiscal year 24, which is the first column, and what we had requested, then what the Board of Supervisors approved, and then the next column is showing that the total dollar change from the fiscal year 24, and of course the dollar change from what we had requested. So the operating budget, that what they provide us for operating funds, the change from fiscal year 24 is an increase of $3 million. However, it is $2.7 million less than what we had requested. The other thing is the 2% increase that was provided in January for the mid-year pay increase. That was not provided once again. That was removed from the...
So in other words, when we presented our budget in March, is $475,000. That was the 2% pay raise that was implemented on January 1st. It went into effect January 1st, halfway through the fiscal year. So what happened was when that went into effect, we had to go to the county, and the county gave us basically 6 months worth of a 2% pay raise.
Yes.
To finish out the year. So now that fiscal year is coming to a close, we have to add in that 2% in order to keep the floor.
Correct.
I feel like I'm confusing it worse than it is. It is difficult. So in order to keep that 2% and give them the 3% starting out here, you have to offset that.
Correct.
So that's what happens when the state gives you a pay raise halfway through a fiscal year and no one has budgeted for it. So.
Okay. The next one for facilities. You know, normally we receive $250,000 each year is what we have received from the county for deferred maintenance. This year we had requested $3.76 million for various projects, and the county decided to take most of those, and they're putting them in their own capital budget. So it's on the county side, which is what the next line is saying capital. Because you're probably thinking, what was this $8.3 million for capital? That is the carryover from the Hardy Elementary School. Also had the security vestibules in it, as well as a little bit amount of money that was still remaining from roofing projects from a previous year. So that totaled about $8.3 million. Now going forward, they are providing $9.56 million for capital projects of a weapons detection system, 5 buses, the tracks at Smithfield High School and Windsor High School, athletic field repairs, and the Carrollton Elementary HVAC, as we have discussed. So that is what's in the $9.56 million.
So those are our top priorities of our requested capital improvements.
Yes.
So that's a huge contribution to Wight County Schools. And I know that the Board of Supervisors has gotten a lot of flack over funding, particularly over the last 3 or 4 weeks. But it's important that we don't lose sight that we are afforded with $9.5 million to make much needed repairs. So the Carsville HVAC, that's a huge deal. That's a 2-year project, as we just heard about. We're going to get both of our tracks resurfaced. That's a huge deal. The weapons detection system, that's a big deal. That was our top priority last year. What am I missing here? That's it, right? And the football
buses.
fields. Yeah, the football fields. So these are huge contributions to the schools. That's separate. Sinkholes are separate. I don't know we're going to stroke the check for those yet, Mr. Brewster.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, for the record, that is a huge deal. And the top 5 priorities were also probably the most expensive priorities we had as well, with the Carrollton HVAC, the fields, the tracks that are in disrepair. So a credit to our Board of Supervisors for that investment in our schools. Absolutely.
Yeah, they deserve kudos for that. I mean, we've all said up here, I think all of us have said it one time or another, that we're going to open the books, we're going to throw it all on the table, we're going to prioritize it. We did that. And whatever we get, we'll be grateful for. Well, I'll speak for myself when I say I'm pretty grateful that we're going to get $9.5 million to fix this stuff. And yes, I wish we'd have gotten more in our operating budget, but we're going to operate fiscally and we're going to do the best we can with what we got.
Okay. This, I just wanted to go ahead and highlight the change from fiscal year 24 and highlight the change from what you had requested. So the transfers from the county, the change from fiscal year 24 is an increase of $2.27 million. However, it it represents a decrease of nearly $3 million from what we had originally requested.
Yeah. And again, we asked for the sky.
Mhm.
We really did.
Okay. This slide illustrates the summary of all of the funds. In that number, if you see at the bottom right, the $97.57 million, which is what we started with at the beginning of this presentation. And this just breaks it down by each of the funds. So you can see what we're receiving from the county for the general fund, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the sales tax, federal assistance, and our other local funds. The last two are what we contribute to our healthcare fund as we are self-insured. The general fund total budget is $80.74 million, and compared to what we had originally requested, and due to the increases from the state, it only decreased $903,000. And there's the grand total of 97.57. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Then the next slide gives you the summary of the spending plans by all funds, and we have broken it out by the functional areas. But as Chairman Marsh pointed out, the county did approve a lump sum budget for us, but of course we operate by these functional categories. And so you just have the same number for the general fund and for the grand total. So once again, just to recap, the summary of the proposed revisions. The budget that we are proposing today is $97.57 million, and it represents a decrease of $4.7 million from what you had originally approved. And I have those same items below just to refresh on where the changes are. So our recommendation is the approval of the fiscal year 25 operating budget, grant budgets, special fund budgets, totaling $97,572,126.
Thanks for laying that out there for us, ma'am. I'm sure we've got some questions and comments up here, so I'll yield to the rest of the board here.
If I may. Okay, I've got a few questions. Most of these are things that we had already talked about, but I just want to put it out there. So will we have other changes in pay and benefits, employee health care, and there was one other, and utilities. When we discussed, we said there were those costs there would have bring us back up because they were underfunded in 2024. Is that still?
Not for the other changes in pay and benefits.
Okay, what is that exactly then? If we can take those three.
Other changes in pay and benefits.
Well, the other changes in pay and benefits, that's going to be changes in the salary composition between what was budgeted for fiscal 24 and the actual complement of employees that we had and the amount that we were paying them. So there is some changes between the adoption of a budget and the actually preparation of a budget and what's actually paid. Sometimes because staff leave and new staff come in. So that's one. Okay. Changes in benefits would also contribute to changes or to an increase. For instance, if a person left with, say, a sole subscriber plan and a new hire came in with that selected a family plan. Okay. So those changes collectively, individually are not a whole lot, but over the entire group, it was about $500,000.
Okay, quite a bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The health, as you said, the healthcare, that one is because it wasn't sufficiently funded, as well as the utilities.
Okay, no.
So, and this is once again comparing it to what was in the 24 budget.
Perfect.
These are the changes.
Perfect. My next question, I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. Materials for, it's a 268,715. Could you tell me again what that was?
Certainly. It's for athletic programs at Smithfield High School and Windsor High School, and it is roughly 40 million.
Mm-hmm.
The CTE program, 148,000. Did I say? I think I said million.
Yeah,
it's not that much.
I took it as 1,000.
That's good. And
Okay.
as well as increase for regular instruction, the different materials.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got a few for you. Some of these, like Mr. Connick said, some of them we've already discussed. Looking at the current bookkeeper's position, that position is vacant but with an interim, correct?
Yes, we have we have filled it with a contracted staff member right now because of the vacancy.
Okay. For public knowledge and understanding, because I know we've discussed this before, but for that position, can that be utilized for the accountant position, thereby not creating an additional position? Can an accountant fill that position?
We could certainly revise and make changes, but in my short tenure here, I will say that I do believe that the finance department is understaffed in comparison to where I have worked previously. But we can certainly, look at changes for that.
That was it for that question.
Okay.
Mr. Connick touched on some of mine. Okay, as far as the after-school programs, you got 45,000 budgeted currently. What has been budgeted in the past? Are you aware of that number?
No, sir.
I don't think
Right.
there's, I can speak to that, Mr. Vice Chair Wooster. There's nothing that's been budgeted for that. A number of our schools have after-school initiatives, and we have to find funding to support those. For example, the United Way has supported some of those initiatives, but in some cases, there is no support. So the 45 was to try to give each school approximately $5,000 to support whatever their clubs or their after-school activities are for stipends, snacks, et cetera. So at the moment, again, there is nothing supporting those initiatives, and this is an attempt to support initiatives that are currently underway and to potentially fund and support others that principals would perhaps like to implement.
So this is not something that's been done in the past, correct?
To my knowledge, at least since I've been here, there's not been funding. This is actually new. I requested it last year, but it was cut as well.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kramer. All right, under materials, which you've already touched on that with the athletics and the CTE. I was questioning that as well, but since you've gone into it, you said that it's being allocated for athletics and $148,000 for CTE programs. I've got to ask, is that $148,000 locked in specifically for the CTE programs where it cannot be utilized for any other purpose?
This is how we have proposed the budget to be. So, no, I would say no, it's not locked in.
Okay, because one thing I would like to see, and it may be in the budget somewhere, but what I would like to see is a special category for CTE programs where you've got funding allotted to CTE departments. It could be any program within CTE division, but it cannot be taken out of that category for anything else. Dr. Kramer, if you could elaborate on that, that would be great.
Certainly. I think we would agree with you that we would like to fund all of our programs and CTE as well. So yes, that is certainly a conversation we can have with staff, and I would like to, Vice Chair Wooster, for those initiatives that are not funded in this particular budget, it doesn't mean that we will not look and seek funding from elsewhere, and also looking to see if we have some savings within this budget that we might be able to allocate towards CTE. So I share with you that we would like to fund CTE beyond the funding we currently have and the funding we are contributing.
Okay. I mean, we're in agreement here. You know, if we had unlimited funding, then obviously, you know, we could throw money at it and everything would be great in a perfect world. Right now, I'm just looking at with what we've got, basically reserving that funding specifically for CTE. That's my main issue right now.
Again, and as Chair Marsh stated earlier, given that we are lump sum funded, that certainly gives us more latitude in terms of moving funds to support other initiatives as we move through the year. And CTE certainly is one of our programs that is costly. We've had extensive conversations about the equipment. These are commercial grade equipment, and when they break, they're very expensive. So absolutely, we will certainly look at supporting them and augmenting those initiatives as need be. So this gives us an opportunity, now that we are not funded categorically, to move funds as we deem appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Okay, this question, once again, is basically for public knowledge and understanding. But under the Joint Operations CSEP GSA, you've got budgeted $332,543. Can you provide a breakdown in the amount between the two entities? If you've already done it, I apologize, I missed it. But if you could provide a breakdown between the two entities, explain the need behind that funding, and what Wight County Schools will have to show for that expense.
The amount that we are showing on that is just an increase of $3.3 million. I believe the total is about $1.5 million that we actually pay.
It's going to be based on the number of students that you're currently obligated to send. The special needs children, of course, will depend on the incidences or the cases that the new cases that come up. But the budget is based on the current cadre that you're sending to those two institutions.
And if I may, I think it's important to note that the 332 is not an increase. This is to put the sufficient amount of funds in this area because it was underfunded for the 24 school year.
Yes, sir. And
am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And of that $332,000, I mentioned before that about $50,000 of that is actually represented rate increases for the GSA, and about $60,000 of it is for the tuition rate increases at CSEP.
Mr. Wooster, if I can, I believe it was Dr. Coleman that explained to me that this year we've got 11 students in CSEP, and we're projecting, I think you said 22 or 24 for the coming year. I put you on the spot. I know you weren't. I've got that wrote down somewhere, but you asked what we were getting for it. I think that's part of the answer. Yeah. Plus or minus, just give me a thumbs up. That's about right. So we've got about 11, and we're looking at almost twice that.
It's on, I think. Okay. Thank you. So it's Governor's School for Science and Technology and Governor's School for the Arts. We have been insufficiently funded for the last few years. As their rates have increased, our budget line did not increase. So we have approximately 20 to 21 students in both of those programs. And so we want to maintain that level of service for our students. And in order to do that, we need to increase our budget line. For CSEP, it's sort of the same thing. There's some slots we have to pay for in advance. There's other slots that we can pay for as we have students in them. But either way, there has been a rate increase and there was insufficient funds. So we have to provide the increase for both of those reasons.
Thank you.
Okay, my next question. Under purchase services, there's $200,600 budgeted, correct?
That's the increase.
I don't have my reading glasses. I apologize.
The increase is $200,600.
Okay. Under purchased services, I know you mentioned earlier technology, instructional, athletics. Is there anything contained under purchased services that would go towards CTE programs?
Yes. Can you elaborate? For instructional services, it's about $60,000.
So for CTE, our purchase services are things like our contract repairs. So anytime I have to go to ARC3 and get something repaired for a welder or a nursing bed or something to that effect. So it does vary from year to year. It also includes preventative maintenance for like the chillers and things in the culinary arts lab. We do have to sometimes move money from instruction to those purchase services. So I'm not sure that there's a specific percentage increase because I would have had to calculate that based on where I started versus what I actually spent. So it really depends from year to year. It also includes things like dumpsters for building trades or for the land lab. And then last year, the welding fan, that was a pretty costly repair.
You wouldn't happen to know the total for that, would you? If you don't, that's fine.
If I were giving you a ballpark figure, I would say in the past year or so, we have spent upwards of $50,000 to $60,000 out of instructional funds for repairs and maintenance. We transfer that to the purchase services line.
We can get back with you on that if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm looking at and where I'm going with this, I know, funding, we don't have all the money in the world, but last year we knew about the welding machines. We knew that they were aging, end of life per se. What I'm getting at is, what do we have to either provide the necessary maintenance or replacement? Is there anything I'm missing, in the budget for CTE?
There are funds in the budget for those. There just might not be a significant increase from fiscal year -- because remember, that's all that we show on here, what the major changes were.
Okay.
But there is funding in there for equipment and repairs and, the purchase services for CTE.
Okay, that's what I want to make certain of.
Yes, there is funding in there.
The $148,000 increase would provide us enough to begin replacing welding machines. To replace all 20 of them would cost us $110,000.
Yeah, they're roughly about $5,000 to $6,000 each.
Correct. And they have a 15 to 20 year lifespan. Several of them are approaching that quickly or have already exceeded it. So we do need to begin a replacement cycle. It would not be all of them at once.
Just for curiosity's sake, once you start replacing them, do you plan on auctioning those off? the old ones?
Dr. Coleman? Yes.
So, I mean, they're still functional, but you don't know how long they're going to last.
Correct.
But,
and
so
if they break, they aren't repairable.
Correct. But you could recoup maybe a percentage. Sure. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I've got one more question, and that's what we discussed earlier. Looking at, where is it? The teacher coverage pay, which was removed. That was intended to pay teachers for covering additional blocks. What I'm looking at here, I'm looking at what's going to benefit the teachers. We had this conversation earlier. Teachers are required to have a planning period. It's detailed in the code, 45 minutes per day, or 90 minutes depending on the length of the block period, whichever is greatest. We talked a little bit about it earlier, and I'm looking at, if we're not going to pay teachers to do this, then we need to figure out some other way to benefit teachers where they are not being hit regularly to cover, additional blocks. I've spoken to several teachers, and they have told me that it's on a regular basis. So what I was thinking and what we've discussed is creating a rotating list. If you've got a rotating list, it can be done per school, it can be done per division, but you've got a list of names, and from top to bottom, if you've got the first person on the list, they're up for covering, additional duties. Okay, they work that additional duty or block, they rotate to the bottom, they don't work anymore until they get back up to the top. Does not prohibit teachers from volunteering. If they want to volunteer for additional blocks, that's great. However, I would like to see not only just teachers, but everyone involved who holds a teaching license, so it's not being placed solely on the teachers to cover these blocks. And that can open up the discussion here.
So, Mr. Wooster, as a old high school principal, that is exactly what we do, and I suspect that a number of our schools are providing a schedule where teachers do rotate in so that the same person isn't constantly being called. But I think to answer the question more broadly, I've discussed with staff, I've had meetings with all of our principals over the past few weeks, and a number of them have discussed the challenges with subs or lack thereof. I have discussed with those principals and have asked some of them to be a part of an ad hoc committee where they will come together with teachers, principals, central office staff, and others to look at recommendations that they can present to me and I can share with you, the board, not just your recommendation, but additional recommendations. Also looking around the region, looking at other divisions, what are they doing? So I think I don't think there's one magic solution or one silver bullet, if you will. I think we need to look at a number of strategies and options to remedy this issue. It certainly is a challenge, there's no question about it, and it's more pronounced at some schools than others. But yes, we are having extensive conversations. We are the ones who actually made this recommendation. It actually came from Mrs. Sullivan. Mrs. Getz, so we are in full agreement with you. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been here. But my conversations with our teachers and my advisory group, we actually put this in here because we know that this is a real need. So yes, I don't disagree with you at all. We agree with you fully. Again, I don't think there is one solution. I think there are going to be a myriad of different options we need to look at. And some will cost and some may not cost. Anything you'd like to add, Mrs. Sullivan, Mrs. Getz?
Just looking forward to getting a group together to have those conversations and put some plans in place for next year.
Yeah, Dr. Kramer, if possible, I would like to be on that group.
You're welcome to be a part of that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
I have no further questions yet.
Thanks. Moving down the row here, Ms. Perkins, what you got?
Ms. Getz, sorry. Out of these 10 new positions, sorry, I haven't looked at the past stuff in a little while. How many of these are required by law using our actual numbers currently?
So the special education positions are the ones for compliance reasons that we are either at or very, very close to the cap. And so those 3 positions with IAs are the ones that we need for compliance. And then the reading specialists are required according to the Virginia Literacy Act for middle school reading specialists.
So the ones that we are not yet at capacity, we're close to, how many does that leave us that currently to stay compliant?
It was within like 1 child of being, so we can't risk that if we wait and wait to see, do we get that 1 child over the summer? We will never find a teacher in August, September for special education. And it's so close that and that's what we do. We have to make projections based on our current numbers and past history of new enrollments over the summer, and that's what we've done. So we've used the actuals, and then we're looking at how do we usually enroll, how many students do we normally enroll, and when we look at those together, it's going to push us over. We need to hire.
Okay.
If we can. I mean, special education is one of those areas that we're struggling.
Okay, so that's 8 positions?
So
and
3 teachers, the 3 special education teachers, the 3 special ed assistants, the 2 reading specialists, and then the patient care technician has to do with the Claude Moore grant that we are required to open that program.
Okay, or we lose that money?
We would have to return the money, the $90,000.
Okay. I wanted to clarify for myself that I had it, and I'm sure other people were asking, why are you adding 2 new positions when you're losing, so much money? So I appreciate the answers to that. Sure. As y'all know, I do have a big problem adding another position to central office, especially given losing some of the funding. I believe there are other places in the school system that this could be utilized better. And I don't think it's something we should approve. And while we did approve it at the last meeting, yes, we approved the whole budget with a lot of other things that got cut as well. So I think that is not higher in priority than other areas.
Ms. Cunningham?
Well, since everybody else is asking questions, I'm going to ask one. Under general fund, other non-personnel corrections, can you give examples of what those are, in case somebody's wondering?
I think I can answer that for you. There were specific items that were simply left out of the budget when it was released in March. There were about 4 or 5 items. Fuel costs were one, and to give you the rationale or reason, the fuel costs were on 2 lines. The program picked up the first line and missed the second line, and there were 3 or 4 items like that. So this is to bring in things that were supposed to have been in the original budget and were simply left out.
Okay. Dr. Kramer?
I was just going to say, too, Mr. Jenkins and Dr. Roberts' credit, recall when they came on board, they had about 2.5 weeks to build a budget from scratch. So I think you gentlemen did a great job of not missing even more things. So to your credit, I think these are relatively minor as we are cleaning up a few things that were missed initially.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have already asked my questions, but I do have a few comments, requests that I was saving. I just want to reiterate the teacher coverage with what Mr. Worcester talked about. That's something that I'm fully supportive, and one thing that when he and I were talking earlier, if we could look at, possible some type of comp time for teachers, if we don't have the money, but we've really got to take care of our teachers. The next thing is when it comes to the after-school programs, I was originally going to ask that we reallocate some of that money to our athletics and sports, but it's, and bands, but it seems that we have roughly 39,000 dedicated to our athletics now. But I would really like to see some of that money go to the bands. Our bands are suffering as far as finances. They don't get increases. They've had some money taken away over the past years, and everybody has. I understand that. But I think we really need to put some money. I'd love to see $10,000 put to the the Smithfield High School band, and $7,500 toward Windsor, to get them back up where they need to be as a representative of each school. So that's one thing that I would ask the rest of my board members to change in this from the after-school programs. About $17,500 into the overall band program for the division, and I think that is everything. Let me just double check my notes. And somehow we've got to figure out the bathroom repairs in this school. That's in my notes as well. So we've definitely got to figure that out, especially the one in the main hallway. So I would ask the rest of the board to work with me to consider money for the band out of this grand total.
Mr. Chair, I want to add to that. And I agree with Mr. Collick on that. Especially at Smithfield High School, the band room is in bad shape. Instruments need replacing. It's a number of things that need to be done. I've had parents calling me asking for help, and last year, I believe, or I think it was last year, we had some of the band members come in and talk to us about how bad it is, the instruments, and the band is growing. We have a new instructor, Mr. Fain. He's doing a great job. So he's even called me, emailed me, asking for help. So I support anything we can do to help the band out. And I said both schools, but I know how Smithfield High School is. My daughter graduated from there, and she was in the band. So. And that was a few years ago, and it's still in bad shape. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond to Mr. Collick's request, we absolutely concur with that, and everything you gentlemen and lady are asking for are legitimate, and we agree with. I would appeal to the board to allow our staff and to allow me to look at places where we can, one, either identify savings in the current budget, 24, or in 25 to actually allocate to some of the areas we're discussing. I think it would be easier and cleaner to not this evening start moving dollars around. I think it would be, if we can work with you moving forward, Mr. Collick, Vice Chair Wooster, Ms. Perkins, Mr. Cunningham, and Chair Marsh, on identifying areas where we can move funds. So that would be my appeal to you. I would agree with you, and I think moving forward, given now that we are no longer funded categorically, it gives us, as I stated earlier, a bit more flexibility. So that would be my appeal to the board.
Another question? Dr. Kramer and for the board here, I think by far and large, we all agree more so than not. I think there's very few spots where we're not aligned on, and I think if we can get to a point, I think we're this close, if we can get to this passed and leave here with a gentleman and a ladies agreement that as we move through this fiscal year and start it up and we're almost immediately going to start doing the next budget season. We've got grant applications out, so there could be some unexpected funds that show in throughout the upcoming year. We may end up with a little bit of savings here and there, so I would agree with you, Dr. Kramer, that if we can leave here with an agreement, we already know what everybody's priorities are and our wishes and desires are. So if we can just keep this conversation going throughout the year transparently, I mean, everybody likes to talk about it. What are we spending our money on? So I think if we can keep this conversation going and adjust on the fly, I think that's a good thing. I mean, at the end of the day, a budget is just that. It's a plan, and it will flex. You had something else, Mr. Wooster?
I just have one more question, and I'm going to put you on the spot. As the new CFO of Wight County Schools, how do you feel we're going to be sitting with this current budget at the end of 2025 fiscal year?
At the end of 25?
The end of this actual budget, the approved budget, the one we're getting ready to vote on.
How are we going to end the year?
No, how are we going to be sitting money-wise at the end of this budget year?
Well, we're not going to over-expend. So good. That's a positive. I'm sure.
If I may, I think you will be in much better shape than you were this year. I think we've identified, and I shouldn't say we, I was not part of it, I helped put that together, but the staff here were very much aware of the budget shortfalls in the current year. And the budget we presented to you addressed those shortfalls. I suspect that you will finish up the year in good shape. I can't say that you're going to have a surplus. We pretty much plan to spend every penny we could identify to put in the budget. But that was a plan, and what actually happens usually comes in a little lower. But the shortfalls that you experienced this year, I don't foresee that occurring again.
So barring any catastrophic events, we should be fine?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
I will be monitoring it very closely.
Good. One other thing, and I don't know if you passed, I'm sorry, I apologize. In the monthly reports, when you did the budget check register and so forth, I brought it up previously to Mr. Marsh about doing a trending graph. Can we do that as well?
For
the budget?
For the budget, absolutely.
A burn rate. A burn rate. Mr. Collick educated me, and I actually heard that today on my day job. Burn rate.
Yeah, it just gives a quick bird's eye view of where we currently are within the budget. Some months you may go above the line, other months you might be below the line, but at least it gives you a ballpark.
Yes,
Just a quick glance.
I'll put one together for, I guess it'll be your August meeting. That will be the first one on the July report, and then we can certainly make adjustments from there.
Okay? Thank you. I'm done this time.
I have a request. I think it's appropriate for this item before we move forward. And I'm really anxious to hear a motion to approve this. Go ahead.
Dr. Kramer, I hate to continue beating a dead horse. When we get back to the after-school program, $3,000 per school, would that be enough to really help kick off what you intend to kick off?
Certainly, 3,000 is more than they have now from us, so
Okay.
anything is better than what we currently have.
Okay, my intent will be to propose $27,000 for your program, and then $18,000 toward the bands.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
I do not have a vote, so you do.
I would support you, Mr. Collick.
Mr. Collick,
if you could allow us to look at those band programs and do a funding more based on numbers of students instead of just saying 10,000, 7,500. One's much larger, and could we take a look at it before we say the exact amount?
I have no problem with that. Just let's reserve some of the money for them, and then if you would get back to us by the August meeting of exactly how much we're going to allocate to both of the bands, so that they can, get some of the equipment fixed. I think that's extremely important.
Concur.
Okay, so with that that's an agreement. With that agreement, I will not make that motion, and I'll leave it to Dr. Kramer and staff to come up with the funds, figure that out. Okay.
So, kind of in alignment with that, I'm gonna throw my request out there, and then hopefully we can get a motion for this. We've already talked about the whole lump sum thing, and I gave our friends at the county a compliment earlier because I am grateful for what they've done. At the same time, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are a little bit anxious about having a lump sum over here. Our track record so far is we're going up, right? There's nowhere to go but up. In light of that, I would like you to present us with an additional monthly report. One pager, simple breakdown. So month by month, as the fiscal year progresses, if something comes up and you have to move money from one fund to another or one category to another, just a quick breakdown. Maybe fuel prices went up and you had to go buy, I don't know, French horns for whatever the reason. I'm just making it up. If you have to move money from one category to the next, put that in a monthly report. We moved 10,000 from here to here, and here's why. That way, we're being transparent. Everybody knows where the money's going. It keeps the board involved in the budget process, and I think it's going to identify where we may or may not have miscalculated the budget moving forward. And I don't want to tell you that you can't do it. I want you to have the flexibility to do what you need to do. Just keep us in the loop. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
It could be on the same page as this burn rate. I don't.
There are plenty of other, school districts, counties, cities that provide their board with a budget transfer report.
Yeah.
What I would ask is if we could set a dollar threshold, unless you want to see every, like if it exceeds $20,000. And just by like major function, or just try to give us some guidelines instead of just, unless you want to see everything.
Well, I really don't know what your day-to-day life looks like. I'm pretty sure it's chaotic. We'll have some offline conversations and we'll talk about it.
But preparing a report,
yeah. I guess the point is we just want to make sure we know what's going on.
Absolutely.
Give everybody a warm and fuzzy to include the county.
Absolutely. No question.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. And we'll talk about it and we'll re-engage next month.
Yeah. It's nothing really additional to create such a report. So.
Okay. So I'd love to get a motion. Someone.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the FY 2025 budget as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are we good with that motion as it reads, or do we want to talk the dollar amount?
Well, the dollar amount is identified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's go. Let's take a vote.
Mr. Colick,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham, Mrs. Perkins,
No.
Mr. Wooster,
No.
and Mr. Marsh.
Yes. Motion passes 3-2.
Now, since it's been passed, Mr. Chair, can I make a couple comments?
Please, sir.
So we've worked really hard on this. We've tried to work, with the Board of Supervisors. We've had intermittent luck. And I, like I told them the night they passed us, we're grateful for everything they gave us because they gave us more than usual. But what I'd like to see in the coming year, Dr. Kramer, is the board get together, set up our funding priorities, what our priorities are. We want to set them up in September, October timeframe for the next budget season. So we're not giving you our priorities after it's already been developed. So I think that's very important. And I think our budget committee needs to be intimately involved with the creation of the budget. And I know the budget committee will change in January. There'll be at least one of us going off it and another one coming on, I would hope. But I think that's extremely important that we work as a board closely with you and the CFO on this to make sure that we're not having these lengthy meetings to discuss the details that we probably should have known about months ago. So, I'd like to, kind of change things up a little bit on how it's historically been done here and see if we can get in on the front end. Thank you.
I certainly would agree with that. And you and I have attended some trainings, and moving that budget timeline process up is certainly beneficial. And that's certainly something, working with Mr. Very and our team is something that we will strive toward.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Pending any other comments, we'll roll into the monthly financials, 15.1.
Yes, sir. So there are a couple of things that I'd like to point out on the monthly financial reports. On there, I had put a note on the front page for the general fund about how that there was, the budget is now balanced, the revised budget, the revenues equal the expenditures. And there was a note down there that because I have included the $475,000 transfer that we received from the county, as we spoke earlier, from January. That wasn't originally in your monthly financial report, so that number has been adjusted. The other thing you might notice is the state sales tax. It's showing that we still have a budget balance of nearly $4 million. The state sales tax, as we receive it, is about 2 months in arrears. So we will be receiving and know what our final sales tax number is once we get to about middle of August. But all that money gets posted to the 24 budget. Now, I will say that with our current year projections, we do not anticipate receiving the full amount of $8.4 million that is budgeted. We're looking to be like right under $8 million. But that all goes into, with my year-end projections that I'll speak to in a moment. Okay. The next thing to point out is under the health insurance fund. It is showing that as compared to this time last year, that there is an increase of about 135%. And I just want to assure you that that's merely a timing difference. In other words, the invoices were posted to the accounts after I ran the report for the month. So otherwise, we're about the same. So that's all I had on those reports. On the large ticket items, we had 2 of them. One of them is for $257,000. This was to purchase 2 buses. We ordered them last May. We finally received them, and they were funded with ESSER funds, is how we paid for them.
May of 23.
Yes, is when we put the order in. The second large ticket item is for varsity tutors, and this was for, as it says there, the algebra readiness tutoring, and that is funded by the state. Okay, anything So the next thing, just want to talk to you about, if you, is about the current year projection. Dr. Kramer put a plan in place earlier this year when it became obvious there was going to, be some shortfalls in the current budget. In addition, we have a deficit of $345,000 from fiscal year 23. So of course, the number one priority is to make sure that we cover that deficit, and I'm fairly confident that we will be covering it, even perhaps a little bit more. So we certainly should end the year with a surplus. Those numbers, I'm looking at them regularly. They're almost changing hourly, but it's improving. It's not getting any worse. Okay, any comments?
That's good to hear.
Yes, it is. Trying to think of this. The grants. So when you look at your monthly report, it probably is looking like there hasn't been much change from the prior month. And I would say that the progress is not as quick and as I would like it to be, but we are making progress. The biggest piece that we're having to reconcile are the salary and benefits for those positions that are paid, with grant funds. And they hadn't been properly set up in our accounting system at the beginning of the year. So having to go back and reconcile which positions, which people should be paid from which grants is what is the most time consuming. However, the grants team that was put together, they have done an excellent job on getting us up to date for non-personnel items. So most of the purchases the reimbursement requests have been placed through May 31st. The other grant that might have jumped off the list at you was the Perkins grant. Right now it's showing there's $0 that have been reimbursed and that the grant ends or comes to a close on June 30th. All of those funds have been expended, and we will be requesting reimbursement by the end of this month.
So we're going to meet the deadlines?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was my biggest concern with that one.
Does anyone have any questions for me?
Under the preschool handicapped allocations, are there plans to spend that remaining balance? It's $9,248 remaining. The program close date is 9/30/2024.
Preschool. Yes, I would believe so. But we're going to spend it, especially we have till September 30th.
Okay, so we're good on it any which way. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Bottom line, we're fine. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Those two. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions about monthly financials? Thank you both. Thank you both very much. All right, Doc, Sports Services, 15-2.
All right. We're going to jump right in. Sports Services. First, what we're going to have is transportation. And this is, of course, the year closeout. So these are the numbers for the past month. You will get the numbers for this month, of course, next month, but I just want to point out a couple of things. The closeout for transportation is we've already have a plan for housing the buses over the summer in a safe place, well lit with security lights, different things of that nature. And we already have plans on the driver training and other different activities that's supposed to happen during the summer. You'll be briefed on that over the summer, in the July, August time frame. But these are the numbers, final numbers for the fuels for last month. All right. Along with that is the May work orders. As you can see, there are how many created, total completed, 426 that are open at this time. All of those work orders should be closed out over the summer. So that's going to be a priority to close the work orders out over the summer. And at the same time, all principals have been issued out their summer cleaning plans. These are the plans that go out to the principals to tell them exactly what's going to go on in the school and the timelines for those plans during the school year, during the summer, to be prepared to come back to school. So that information has been issued out. It could change a little bit, but those are the plans that's going to happen over the summer with ABM.
You think it's achievable to do 426 over summer break?
Yes, it is very achievable. Only those items that need to be ordered might hang over, because once again, with the material shortage, if we have an HVAC issue or something of that nature, then we wait on the market just like everyone else. But all of the other items, there shouldn't be any issue at all. And once again, a year ago, sitting here, you probably would have seen total open work orders probably was in the thousands with the last vendor that we used. Just want to point that out.
So that's a nice way of saying they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they're doing an outstanding job, outstanding job. Just school walks that we've done, facilities walks. We walked, just name a couple of schools, Smithfield High School and Carrollton. We walked those at the beginning of the year, and we had 3 to 4 pages of notes of items that needed to be accomplished. We walked those same schools just the other day with Dr. Kramer, and it was maybe half a page of items that need to be accomplished. So keeping up with the work orders and accomplishing those tasks that are already laid out there for to-dos and actually reducing that number, that's outstanding. You're not going to find that.
So I'm sure you remember this time last year, well, it was towards the end of summer last year. There was a handful of principals that had some legitimate concerns about being prepared for school's start.
Right.
So we got a plan in place to make sure that we're on top of that as the schools are empty and the folks are running around getting prepared.
Yes, that goes into the summer work plan, and everything is going to be laid out. What floors are being waxed at what time, stripping, putting everything back in the classrooms, getting everything situated before teachers actually arrive back. And I have no doubt that it's going to happen if the particular vendor that we use at this time, ABM, can come in on July 1 of last year and start the summer off, pick up, hire personnel, get everything situated, and have the schools open. Now they've been here for a full year. I have no doubt that they're going to have everything ready for the start of school.
All right, Mrs. Bugs is back there grinning. She knows what I'm talking about, so we're going to hold you to it.
Absolutely, and I will hold ABM to it.
Thank you, sir.
Next is family support. Ms. Bugs. This one is fine right here. What we want to do is give you an overview of what has occurred over the last 3 years. I think that you've already had a chance to preview the information, and what is occurring right now with Ms. Bugs and work. What we're going to do is go over a couple of slides and preview the schools for the last 3 years as it relates to attendance. Ms. Bugs?
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Good evening, everyone. As you're aware, our nation faces an attendance crisis, and the chronic absences in Virginia doubled by the end of the 2021-22 school year. Chronic absences affected more than 1 out of 5 students. Early data from districts and states for 2022-2023 data show rates remain high. We remain optimistic that in Alawite County that we will begin to set a trend of reducing our chronic absenteeism rate. This evening, I would like to share Alawite County Schools chronic absenteeism data for over the last 3 years. A few reasons for students having barriers have been things such as illnesses, home challenges, housing or food insecurities. Also, aversions to school, climate, academics, relationships, disciplinary practices. Number 3, misconceptions about the importance of daily attendance has been just the importance, some families valuing the importance of attending school and also having that impact. And also there's that disengagement from school is irrelevant, or they're just poor relationships between students and staff, or there could also be lack of enrichment opportunities within our schools. So looking at tonight's data, I'm going to just share some of our trends that we've noticed. Please forgive me.
Mr. Cooper out has it. Yeah. A drive. All right, what you're going to see here, we're going to point out a couple of different key pointers that Ms. Bugs is going to make sure that you understand why, what is going on, and as Mr. Wooster pointed out earlier, the graph to just make sure that we align our eyes to the percentages of what's going on. Go right ahead, Ms. Bugs.
Looking at Carrollton Elementary over the 3 years, I've broken things down based on the months as well as annually. Of course, looking at this, the 2023-2024, it's raw data for the annual. Of course, that information will be placed later by the Department of Education. Just looking at things right now, Carrollton seems to have had less students chronically absent, especially during the months of October and May over the 3-year trend.
And I just want to make sure we pointed out the bottom line, the annual is what we want to just keep our eyes on. The 21% down to 12%, and at this time, 14%, working through those issues.
Looking at Carsville, Carsville has had a steady decline in their annual, and also noticeably, especially there's a significant focus in the month of October again. So you're going to notice that there was a substantial decrease for the month of October with their attendance. Looking at Hardy, Hardy is making noticeable declines in their annual chronic absenteeism rates, and last month was in the single digit, and I'll explain to you later what happened that caused that number to really decline with students really attending school for the month of May for this year. Looking at Windsor Elementary has done a fantastic job of, they started out 3 years ago, 33%. They reduced that within a year, a little over 20%. And they're now remaining steady with their chronic absenteeism rate. So kudos to Windsor Elementary for that. When we look at Westside's 3-year trends, it's, exemplary commitment for reducing that number. You look at, it was 25% annually, 12%. And hopefully this year, their annual will be less than 10%, which is remarkable for Westside.
Oops.
Georgie Tyler Middle School has done another exemplary job with reducing their chronic absenteeism rate. When you look at it 3 years ago, 45%. And when we talk about doubling, Mrs. Luck and her team have done a fabulous job of truly getting that number down to 10% or less, which is saying at least 90% of students are showing up to school every day and not having over 16 days absent. Smithville Middle has shown a steady decrease in their annual, and it looks like if you look again, something special obviously happened in the month of October and the month of May, where we're seeing a reduction in our chronic absenteeism rate also there. Smithville High School started to see that they're remaining steady with their annual being 11%, which is remarkable for a high school, especially a high school of over like 1,500 students. And I think also it should be noticed that January and October are months that have shown significant student attendance of students attending school. Windsor High School, looking at theirs, we're seeing a constant, steady reduction also in their annual rates. But again, just like Smithville High School, it's October and January were the most noticeable months where students were really attending school.
All right. Are there any questions concerning these? Hopefully, like I said, we try to present it in percentages as well as a graph so everyone, all of the community users can actually see what's going on.
I got a question for Ms. Bugs. Kind of put you on the spot here. This is what, 4 or 5 months in this?
Since February, mid-February, yes.
Okay. I'm curious. How many doors have you had to go knock on? Because when we first implemented your position, and that struck me as an interesting task. And so I'm just curious.
I've gone to several homes, and I think one of our officers is here tonight who's escorted me to a home. And the other thing, I have not necessarily counted the number of homes, but I've also provided transportation to students who were recommended to our truancy review team, and I had to take the barrier off of them saying they missed the bus. So if a parent called and said they missed the bus, then I drive a almost over 21-year-old Ford Taurus, which is a beaut that you should see, and I will gladly go pick up students to get them to school. So
You
that
can't
does take
kill
one
a
of the barriers
Ford.
off. Say that again?
You can't kill a Ford.
Agreed.
That's interesting. I'll be curious to see how the next year unfolds.
I think it's going to be much better for sure. So,
Just for the record, full disclosure, you sent me one of those letters for my son because he missed 8 days. So for everybody watching, she does not pick favorites, and there is no preferences here. I got the letter.
thank you for sharing that, Mr. Wooster. That's a perfect segue into moving forward with providing information. Excuse me, Mr. Marsh. My apologies, Mr. Wooster. Mr. Marsh. And providing informational materials to parents, and especially looking at our policy, JED-R. Also, we've been sending out letters. I sent out 2 letters this for the end of the 3rd marking period, as well as the interim for the 4th marking period, just to alert parents that their child has missed between 5 and 9% of school, and an effort for them not to miss too many more days, but also to let parents know that I am a resource to them if they do need additional support. In addition to that, we do have a repository of interventions that many of our schools have been using, evidence-based practices. I mean, many of our schools have relationship building, such as mentoring programs. Also, looking at family engagement nights. We have schools that have clubs, and also there have been, not just only me, there have been some schools that actually have done home visits as well. Also, incentivizing. This is where I did want to share. I noticed that in May, you noticed that there was, in many of our schools, there was an increase in attendance, and I do know the why behind that, because some of our principals really pushed hard to incentivize for students to come to school in the month of May, and some of them tied their field day to that incentive. Hardy Elementary did an incentive, and students were able to have a ball with Pine Mrs. Denson. So her attendance was down to that single number because she had a VIP section for her field day. Also, Westside and Carsville Elementary also had a VIP section for their field day for students who missed 1 day or less. Windsor High School also incentivized with a raffle for gift cards, and they raffled off 2 $100 gift cards during the end of the school year as well. Also, I think it should be noted that Georgie Tyler and Smithville Middle throughout the year have done some incentivizing with having school dances and also having other special treats to those students who are missing within a range of 1 or 2 days within a certain time frame. Along with my support, I plan to assist the schools with trying to get to the root cause of our attendance data, because we see numbers, but we also now have to start putting names with some of these numbers, because some of this has historical implementations to it where students have been missing this for long periods of time, and we know how that begins to affect academically. Also, I plan to meet with school-based teams on a monthly basis so that we can continue to review attendance data and also to give them additional strategies and support. I think most importantly, I think it should be noted that we're not here to find students truant, but we're here not to be punitive, but we're here to form a partnership, to focus on really what's the problem. I mean, focus on the partnership instead of a problem, because normally when we think of truancy, that's more of a problem-based and punitive. But right now we're looking at chronic absenteeism and trying to reduce that so that we can have a partnership with families, the home, and our community. And lastly, I did want to share, Mr. Collick last time asked about what was going to be the campaign. Well, tonight I'm wearing this shirt, and it says aisle, and at the bottom it says attendance matters. And it has a target on it because, more importantly, we want our students to stay focused on their attendance, because their attendance a lot of times does have a correlation with their academic success, and we want to stay focused on that target. And the ultimate target for us and our students is for our students to get a high school diploma and graduate. So if we can keep our focus on our attendance, stay on target, then I don't have to send out as many letters. So, but in all seriousness, I really solicit your support tonight. I would really like for you to be a walking billboard along with me. So I did bring shirts also for you all. So thank you so much for your time tonight.
Wait one second. Are there any questions concerning the presentation at this time?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hicks, Mr. Ruffin? As we move forward, as we said earlier, we're going to take a peek at the food service area. It was two areas in LOA that was mandated for a federal review. The FPAR was the federal review over food service. At this time, we're going to go through the findings of the FPAR, the questions that came up, and how we solved those issues. You're going to hear from Ms. Hicks, you're going to hear from Mr. Ruffin concerning talking directly to Dr. Kerwood at the DOE to ensure that we are in compliance moving forward and how we're not going to get back in this position. All right, and we're going to start off with just going through the 9 federal program findings and corrective actions. All right, the first one was the certification and benefits issuance requirements that were not met. And Ms. Hicks, can you go into detail about what there was?
Benefit.
No, you got it. There we go.
Benefit issuance means that someone applied for filled out a lunch application and applied to get either free or reduced lunches and breakfast for their children. And there were issues with how those lunch applications were received and processed in this past school year.
Absolutely. There was no written procedures for that, how to handle this. So now there are written procedures for that.
Yes, one of the things that I was asked to do the first day I walked in was to work on these policies and procedures, which I used always in my school, my former school district, that guided the school nutrition people in how to meet the requirements and to do things correctly and make sure that the federal monies that are being earned coming in as revenue are actually legally obtained. That's the best description of that.
So this is directly in alignment with our corrective actions that we went through.
Absolutely.
Yes,
that is correct.
yes, sir.
We're checking things off the block.
Yes,
here.
sir. Yes.
That's good.
So that was the first corrective action. I provided a free reduced meal application and direct certification policy and procedure so that the findings won't happen again. Those things will not happen again.
So these are the discrepancies, but what she's telling us is that if you recall, was it February? We presented or Dr. Kramer presented a corrective actions plan, and these are what she's doing to make that happen.
And additionally, this had to be submitted to the Virginia Department of Education as well.
Yes, for approval, and then when all the corrective actions are approved, then the actual FPAR, which stands for Federal Program Administrative Review, then it will be closed out. However, because there were so many findings this past FPAR that was handled in December, they will be back next school year, this coming school year, to make sure all these things are in place, which they will be. Mr. Ruffin and I will ensure that everything is going as it should.
So we can look forward to a more scrutinous fiscal audit and FBAR.
Yes, sir.
All right, and we're going to run through the other findings. If you have any questions, just please stop us. We'll go right from there. The second one was the verification requirements were not met. Exactly what the verification.
Verification is a process we do. We are supposed to begin on October the 1st. we take a sampling, a very small sampling, I think it was 3 applications. Of all the ones received, we have to take 3 and ask parents to provide the information that backs up what they wrote down on that application. If a parent says they make $250 a week, then they have to turn us in a pay stub or something of that nature. That was not done until after the audit it's supposed to be completed by November 15th every year, and it was not completed here until after the FPAR in December. So that was a finding. It was not done in a timely manner. It was actually not done at all. So we now have a policy and procedure to meet the timelines and ensure that that requirement is also met, the October 1st beginning and the ending on November 15th of it.
Next, it was meals and counting claims not met.
And that issue pertained to the staff when they come in to do an FPAR from VDOE. They will spend a couple of days going around to the schools, and they may spend all day observing a breakfast and lunch service, or they may only do a lunch. It depends on the number of schools in the district and other factors. But so when they were doing that, they found that the cashiers were not correctly ringing up meals that qualified for meals. For instance, we can't claim a meal if the student comes through with a carton of milk. There's minimum things that have to be on a tray. So some students went through without those minimum requirements, products on the tray or components, so that we really should not have, Isle of Wight should not have received any money for that tray because it was not compliant. Right. In order to get the federal funds, there's minimums, and those were not being met. So that's the counting and claiming policy, where they count the meals that are, it's referred to as a reimbursable meal. A carton of milk is not a reimbursable meal. A piece of bread is by itself on a tray is not a reimbursable meal. So that's what that pertains to.
All right. Next is the civil rights requirements were not met. Denied applications were not retained.
There was 2 civil rights pieces. I think the next one, number 5, is also civil
Absolutely.
rights. Something happened at the beginning of the school year. Mr. Ruffin was not in the position. He is currently interim. He was cafeteria manager. Am I correct, Mr. Ruffin? He was cafeteria manager. So we're unsure who processed the applications that we were speaking about in the very first, number 1. When the parent fills out the application, parent night or open house or whatever, or puts it online, we have a 10-day limit that it has to be processed and it has to be done correctly. If there's missing information, we call the house. Did you mean $250 a week, or was that $250 a month, or was that, if it's questionable, we must contact the person who filled it out and get that corrected. So denied applications are someone a child whose parents make too much money and they don't qualify. Basically, that's a denied application. So they're going to pay the full price for the meal. We raised the lunch prices. That's the full price students we raised the lunch prices on, because they're going to pay whatever the lunch meal is. So those denied applications were not retained and kept on record. We have no idea what happened to them, where they went, or if there were any. So that was a finding, because there is always a few denied applications. It's just there's no way around it. You're going to have some, because some people will fill it out and do not qualify.
So how do you correct that? I mean, obviously you start retaining them, but that was a hit on your FBAR. So moving forward, how do you actually correct that?
Yes, so there's a procedure that will be put in place starting July 1, beginning of school year. And that will be, we will send out information to school sites on how to handle an application if it is given to them, what to do, so that make sure that it gets to the school nutrition people who are qualified to process that application. Mr. Ruffin and I are certainly qualified, and we may be training other people depending on how many applications are received, so that it can be processed quickly and get those benefits in place for those students. So we will be encouraging parents. It's actually a state legislative mandate that we just found out today, Mr. Ruffin and I, in reviewing some things on our state website, that we are required as school nutrition people to be at open house with some laptops and paper applications, and try to encourage everybody who's not in a CEP school to fill out an application that night. We don't want to wait. We want it that night. We'll process it. It can be done before school even begins. In my former district, I had almost all my I had my parents trained really well. They gave me all their applications before school ever began, so it wasn't a big issue for their students to come in and start getting their meals.
That happens at Title I night too, right?
No, well, the applications are used by Title I, the information from the applications. Is that the question?
I seem to recall someone sitting in Windsor Elementary during Title I night doing something similar.
Yes. In the past, before community eligibility provision, or CEP, was implemented in the state of Virginia, because it was not, it was implemented in 2015. Bristol, my former district, was one of the first ones to apply and be in the program. Title I used the information from those applications, that school nutrition process, to get their funding. Now they use that plus whatever guidance, and I can't tell you what the guidance is because I don't do Title I, but they use the guidance for the CEP schools that are, it's different because in a CEP school, no parent ever has to fill out an application. Everybody's automatically qualified. And then the next civil rights complaint was number 5. There was not a procedure or a form in place. If somebody walks up and says, I want to make a complaint, I was discriminated against, I didn't get an apple for some reason, or they felt like they were discriminated against, we have to have a written complaint policy and procedure, and the flow of who gets that information. I do know personally about one complaint that was made by a parent to USDA, and Richmond had to come in and speak to the people in the school district, and that sort of thing. Felt like there was discrimination again. So we have to have a written policy, which is in place now. It explains very carefully if there's a complaint made. Nobody will be running around, what do we do, what do we do? It's a form that the person who makes a complaint will fill out, and the process how to handle that and go through it until it's solved, until it's resolved. Resolved is a good word.
And the next one is monitoring requirements were not met.
Monitoring requirements from the beginning, the first day of school through January 30th, the School Food Authority, school nutrition or child nutrition staff are required to go into each building before January 30th and spend the day with a checklist that is provided from USDA that flows through DOE, and make sure that things are being followed, such as, is that really a meal on that tray? So that was not met. Those schools had not had their monitoring process done by January 30th. So that was a finding. There was no monitoring. And they actually look at the previous year if they came in December, so they actually looked at the previous year, but they hadn't done, had they done any, Mr. Ruffin, when they were there in December? No. So that, you don't want to wait till January the 15th to try to review all your schools, because in our districts, you never knew when there's going to be a snow day. Probably not here.
The next was professional standards requirements were not met.
Yes, under the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, there were many things enacted in 2012 and implemented within 4 years after that, through 2016. And one of those was professional standards for school nutrition programs. In order to receive federal funding, you can't, all the staff are required to have minimum. For instance, if you're a part-time cook, you have to have 4 hours of training a year. As the positions have more responsibility, such as the liaison, Mr. Ruffin is required to have 20 hours of training per year. The person that was in charge, the liaison, Ms. Vargas, had none of the training whatsoever at all this year. So she didn't have any hours. So that was the finding with that. I think the staff met theirs. Managers are required to have more than staff, and the the supervisors of the manager are required to have a certain amount as well per year.
The next was the school breakfast, and SFSP outreach requirements were not met.
They could not provide, the school district could not provide any proof that parents were made aware and reminded, if you want to use that word, at the beginning of the school year that, hey, breakfast is available. Please have your child come eat breakfast, not just lunch. And also, it has to be advertised, and that can be done in numerous ways. It can be on the web page. Right now, there should be information out on the websites and in different areas about summer feeding that's coming up in the month of August. No, July. I'm sorry, July. All that has to be promoted so that parents are aware that they can get food for their children during summer, and also that breakfast. A lot of parents aren't aware that breakfast is available to students.
Nonprofit school food service requirements were not met.
That is ties into the next one, the revenue from non-program foods. It is. Number 11 references the fact that we are not supposed to hold in our school nutrition account more than 3 months operating expenses. So basically, if it costs $100,000, all your expenses in each month, you shouldn't have over
3 months.
3 months times that sitting in your account. The government they say that, well, if you have all that money, why do we need to give you more?
Right.
To correct that action, we just laid out a plan of how some of that money is going to be spent for replacing old, broken equipment, updating software for the serving line because it's no longer supported, and things like that. So the money doesn't have to be spent right away, but there has to be a plan to spend it. And after COVID and all the extra money, every district, I was told every school nutrition department in the state of Virginia had excess funds because we really received a lot of money during COVID in school nutrition, providing those meals.
And that was number 11, 9, and 10. Could you wrap those two up? Nonprofit school food service requirements were not met.
Okay.
The internal controls.
The internal controls, I have written a policy that has been standardized where I worked, and with the other regional school nutrition directors. I was the senior person, so I worked closely with everybody in Region 7, about 20 school districts, for financial oversight. And that basically means that someone needs to be observing what's going on. Is the money being spent correctly? There was not a lot of oversight with Aramark, the food service management company. I came in and asked, can you give me paperwork that backs up the amount of money you're saying that the school district owes you for the food purchases? I need to see the invoices. So things like that need to be monitored every single month.
Right.
And it does take a person who has, is go to work 40, 50 hours a week to keep all that done, because there's a lot of oversight. So there's now a policy and procedure to make sure of the oversight is being met. And the unpaid school debt, that is the
encumbered for the
yeah. Basically that also came into effect during Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act. It says that if students we have bad debt, students charge, the parents won't pay, you can't get the money, somebody is required, some department within the school district, basically the general fund, must pay that school debt into school nutrition. It can't be written off, it can't be ignored. Someone has to pay it. It could be donations. Some school districts will receive money from, say, a church will help clear out debt for their local elementary or whatever, but it cannot be written off. You cannot use school nutrition funds to pay the charges. So we're going to hear more about a charge policy in July.
Right.
So they're currently, Mr. Ruffin, what's the most recent amount?
We can go into it when we have a more accurate.
Okay,
we can
okay.
go into
But,
it.
so that was a finding. At the end of 22-23 school year, the debt was not zeroed out.
Right.
It has to be zeroed out. So that did not happen.
And the last finding?
And the last one
Revenue
was
from non-food programs.
the revenue from non-program funds, foods. That's a worksheet that is required to be completed. I have one with me. I just finished it to meet this finding for the school year 22-23. And basically what it's saying, again, Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act put this in place. Food that's non-program, such as a la carte or adult meals, because we don't receive reimbursements for those things, you can't spend more to purchase those foods than you make on selling those foods. So you have to have a reasonable markup. If you pay 25 cents for chips, you got to sell them for 50 cents because the school nutrition federal funds for those meals cannot support selling those chips at 25 cents so that students are able to buy them.
Right. And those were all of the findings. As you can tell, there's a lot of detail that goes into food service, and there's a lot of laws in food service. And as you can see, we came up short in a lot of different areas. But because of that, at this time with Mr. Ruffin and Ms. Hicks, we've already laid out all of those policies, and they're already available for the staff. So all of those policies have been created at this time. It's going to be turned into the DOE, and now we will be passing the FPAR on our next check, which will be next year, as Ms. Hicks already pointed out. So once again, that is the detail that has to go into a food service program. That's what we have been lacking for the last several years per the FPAR in itself. You will be presented more information next month on moving forward and how we're going to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Are there any questions concerning the FPAR in itself or the answers for that in the conclusion?
That's a lot.
It is. It's a whole lot.
That's a lot.
Now I think you see why the DOE sent Ms. Hicks down to really dive into what we had going on here in IWCS. I don't think everyone understood the in-depthness of what the status was with food service, because once again, because it do not come out of the operating budget, a lot of times it's kind of just pushed to the side. But it is a big part, and it's a lot of rules and regulations that go along with it.
Just for our own understanding, you've already implemented some procedures and so on and so forth. This page we're looking at now, are any of these that the board has to approve as policy?
Just the first one that you will be seeing next month in July, the unpaid meal charge policy. That's the one that has to be approved. The others are just need to be in place so that staff, for instance, if Mr. Ruffin for some reason resigns in a couple of months, and the person coming behind, no, he's not going to do that. But if it did, then there's a written policy that the person walking in could use to ensure that all the regulations are being met. Because sometimes it is extremely, extremely hard, no matter what part of the state you're in. I have seen this across the state, to find people with experience and know-how in some of these positions. And school nutrition is so complicated, people do not realize it's not just putting mashed potatoes on a tray.
Right.
It's not at all that. Not anymore, anyway.
And the management is what we're seeking, the management and the oversight. So you will hear more about that in the upcoming months.
I can say with good management and oversight, anyone across the state will tell you the program will be so awesome, and it'll be self-supported. There isn't going to be any money needed from anybody else. And the students will be happy. Well, you can't make every student happy, but the majority will be happy with lots of yummy things to have, healthy meals.
Are there any questions concerning, once again, all of the questions from the FPAR and how we corrected those actions?
No, it sounds like we're going on the right direction.
Absolutely.
We got the right people on the job, so appreciate you. Keep it up, and let us know what you need from us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be technology.
Oh, I checked it off.
Good evening, Board. This is just a review of FY24 for the Technology Department. It is through 6/10. I want to point that out only because in the last 5 days I've had another 397 work orders open, so that number has grown. But we have closed, we're up about 5% over last year for number of work orders open versus number of work orders closed, and our number of calls to the help desk has remained steady. And then there were two major projects that I wanted to remind everyone we also took care of this year, which both of those were done in-house with management that we employ in order to save the GC costs at Hardy, and the interactive whiteboard project was engineered and implemented by us as well. Oh, you got it. Sorry. These are some of the projects we're working on this summer, including the new school board office. We've run all the cable inside of that building in-house. That's about 250 lines, not including cameras, access points, and general infrastructure. We're also working on the vestibule wiring for the new vestibules. That includes all the access control. We're getting all that done. And we are also increasing the division's internet speed from 5 gigs to 10 gigs this summer. We're also doing some school increases as well, but that's the big one. We're planning on replacing the firewall, which is the single most important security item on the network. That has been approved or is currently under approval with E-rate. So if approved with E-rate, that's a 70% reduction in cost. If not, it would be about an $80,000 project, but that will not come out of our local funding. Only 30% of that will, so about $24,000. We're also replacing the core switch network down at the courthouse. That project we've been working on probably since about March. It's the single most important piece of network equipment we have on the network, and we've been trying to do it with no impact to the school division whatsoever. So there's been a couple of days I've asked Dr. Kramer if we could shut the internet down early just so Mr. Fox, my network administrator, and I weren't here until 1 in the morning. And we've also come in on probably 5 Saturdays so far to move things over with no impact, but it's quite a daunting task. We're about halfway done. And finally, as always during the summer, we're imaging about 5,000 Apple devices and 2,500 Chromebooks. And that doesn't include all the new purchases, which is about 2,000 other devices. So that's what we're doing this summer.
How many you got working with you?
My total department is 12.
12 people.
Technicians is 6.
That's a heck of an undertaking.
Yes, sir. Any questions involving technology over FY24 or this summer? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lastly, it's a school health team overview. And I asked Nurse Roddy just to put it together, just so you can see throughout the last school year exactly the number of students with medical alerts, the hours of mandatory training, the number of student visits to the clinic, to give you a visual and some data on making decisions when it comes to the nursing area.
It's interesting. It says that 80% of their workshops and conferences were done on the weekends.
Yeah.
We got a lot of people on the payroll in Wight County Schools. A lot of busy people.
A lot of busy people, absolutely. And if there's no questions, I just want to follow up with something that Mr. Wooster brought up, was the sinkholes. I had a chance to talk to Mr. Rowland from the county. He's the capital projects engineer. At this time, we are getting the plats from the original Windsor High School. And we're looking into the original Windsor High School and the drainage issues there. Where was the footprint so we can find out about this new sinkhole that was just found in the student parking lot at Windsor High School. So this issue is probably a lot bigger than we initially thought along Church Street. but we are investigating that scenario, and we're in conjunction with the county at this time, Mr. Rowland, who's the capital projects engineer. So I just wanted to give you a heads up.
This isn't going to get fixed anytime soon. I think that's just a sad reality. We got a lot of stuff to figure out.
Right.
In the interim, can we do something a little bit better than the yellow caution tape around those holes so someone didn't get hurt?
Yes,
I
we
don't
can-
know the solution. Maybe some of that orange spiderweb looking stuff, something.
Right. Well, we can come up with a better solution than we have right now. We'll put our heads together and we'll come up with something new.
And I hate to pile on you, but since we're talking about Windsor, it's probably been 6-8 plus months ago we talked about crosswalks over there on Church Street. Did we ever follow up on any of that, or did it kind of just fall off the radar? I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on, but there are no markings on Church Street in front of Windsor High School.
There is no. I can follow up on it. I have to get back to you on that.
I forget that. That's been a while ago, and there's a lot that's happened.
Yes. Are there any other questions?
There's no problems with the sinkholes or anything anywhere near the athletic fields. You have all of the information you know to be certain that we're not going to run into, throwing down a new field and, oh, there's a sinkhole way over there too.
No, I definitely
We
am
should be
not
good.
going to say that I can be 100% accurate concerning Windsor sinkholes and the drainage issues. I cannot be accurate over there. I'll tell you, once we start working on the field, we will find out a little bit more, but not knowing all of the irrigation and items that took place. What was sent to me by Mr. Rowland was a copy of something from a diagram from probably the 60s. It was a blueprint, and it was just kind of, I can actually share that. So with that stated, no, I cannot be assured that once we start digging into the field of what we're going to find of that nature. I will say that.
You discussed it when Mr. Wooster and I were sitting around a table last week or so. Does everybody else know what happened when they built the new school?
And
Can you enlighten the board on that?
I can enlighten the board on what was told to me.
Okay, so
Just want to make sure that. All right, and the
if we don't know
blueprints-
for a fact, let's not throw
I
it
do
out
not
there.
know for a
Okay.
fact.
I would caution us having that conversation without having factual
We'll share it
information.
offline.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Are there any more questions?
No. All right. Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
Thank you.
That takes us to 15-3 field trip report. Mrs. Getz.
I'll be quick. Hello, members of the board. You have before you the field trip report for the past school year. This is something that by policy we're required to do just to let you know what the various field trips were. This does not include athletics, and I'm here to answer any questions. It's just information only.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep, Dr. Kramer.
All right, Mr. Chair, given the lateness of the hour, I am going to run through this quickly because we all have to get up fairly early to be at graduations tomorrow and be on our best behavior. So go ahead and click through that if you will. Thank you very kindly. So the IL Award presentations we share each month. So top left, the Inspire Award was given to Mr. Byron Thorne from Jostens. The Succeed Award was issued and presented to coaches of the Special Olympics for both Smithfield High School as well as Windsor High School. Bottom left, the Empower Award was presented to Mrs. Colleen Loud, our awesome Director of Accountability and Assessment. And the Lead IL Award was presented to Dr. Kristen Wilkins, our talented coordinator of special education. So those are all of our ISLE Award recipients for the month of May. Moving through, our Law Enforcement Unity Bike Ride. Thank you to Hardy Elementary students and staff for welcoming and for providing a rest stop and refreshments for our Virginia Law Enforcement United Riders. The law enforcement officers said that they were very appreciative and also said that the Hardy Elementary stop is one of their favorites. The Police Unity Tour is a 250-mile bicycle ride beginning in Portsmouth, Virginia, to raise awareness about those officers who have died in the line of duty and raise money for the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. So we're honored to be a part of that wonderful event. Next, our middle school improvement sessions. It's a pleasure for me to interact with our students, and these are photos from both Georgie Tyler and Smithfield Middle. So thank you to our talented students from both of those schools for part 2 of our sessions on ways to improve our school division. And often you'll hear me present things that need to be improved. In many cases, they come from our students and our staff. And segueing to the next slide, the Employee Advisory Committee. Thank you to our awesome Employee Advisory Committee members for the invaluable input on ways to improve our schools as well. I greatly appreciate and value their collective wisdom and recommendations, and I think they have all represented their respective colleagues from their schools admirably throughout the 24 school year, so thanks to them as well. Next, and we mentioned this a bit earlier, the mural at Centera, St. Luke's. Our Smithfield High School students in Mr. Kemp's U.S. History classes, Mrs. Kennedy and Mrs. Gilble's art classes collaborated to create a mural for the community room at Centera's St. Luke's outpatient campus in Carrollton. Next, our CTE signing day on May 15th. IWCS hosted a CTE career signing day at the Land Lab. 16 seniors were officially recognized for their commitment to continuing their education and career in a CTE field. So thanks to staff who coordinated that wonderful event. Next are Angel Quilters. Thank you to the Angel Quilters of Smithfield for delivering 37 quilts for our McKinney-Vento students. I'm certain the families were greatly appreciative of that generous donation. Next, our celebration of education on May 23rd. IWCS hosted the annual celebration of education in honor of retirees and teachers of the year for their dedication to Wight County Schools. The banquet hosted at the Smithfield Center provided an evening of camaraderie and reflection of over 350 combined years of service. Guests in attendance were treated to a delicious meal catered by our culinary arts students and a beautiful performance by the Smithfield High School choraleers. Next, our Senior of the Month banquet. Our Senior of the Month banquet took place on May 29th. This is a special event where our Seniors of the Month are recognized an educator who has had a significant impact on their life. Seniors and their guests, along with their honorees, attended the banquet as well as representatives from businesses and organizations who have sponsored a $500 scholarship for our Seniors of the Month. Then our Senior Walks, which is a wonderful event here in Isle of Wight County. Seniors from both Smithfield High and Windsor High returned to their former elementary schools for the annual Senior Walk tradition. The Senior Walk gives the soon-to-be graduates a chance to return to where it all started, while also being cheered on by the school's current students. So they serve as tremendous role models for elementary students. And our Governor's School for the Arts graduation. I had the pleasure last week of attending the graduation exercises for the Governor's School for the Arts on June 5th in Virginia Beach, which included students from both Smithfield High and Windsor High School. And last, I'd like to thank and congratulate our students and staff for a successful 2024 school year. As you well know, board members, today was the last day of school. So we've had a wonderful year, and again, congratulations to all students and staff and families who helped to make this year a successful year. And tomorrow, as you well know, our graduations are going to be held for both Windsor High and Smithfield High. Windsor, and correct me, staff, if I'm incorrect, I think Windsor is at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and Smithfield is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And with that, that concludes my superintendent's update.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Let's see here. That moves us to 17.1. That's an action item, personnel report and addendum.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the personnel report addendum as presented, a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. That takes us to 18.1, consent agenda. It's another action item.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Takes us to our last action item, item 19.1, 2024-25 VSBA membership.
Mr. Chair, I motion to withdraw the Isle of Wight County School Board from the Virginia School Board Association at the end of the current membership.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I want to discuss that. What are the other options we have for the training that VSBA provides us? Because they have an annual conference in November, and I've gone to it. Other members, not all of us, but other members have gone, and it's been very beneficial to everybody that's attended. Superintendent's been there, the clerk's been there. We're getting training from VSBA that we can't get anywhere else. Another thing, VSBA does our document review. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know who else is going to do that. Do we have anybody in-house that can do it? And if we do have somebody in-house, how are we going to pay them? We got to pay them extra because it's going to take extra time to go through all those documents that annually or semi-annually or whenever they have to be reviewed, maybe 3 or 4 years. But either way, somebody's going to have to do it. Next thing, VSBA, even though we have an attorney, they provide legal advice. Where are we going to get that from? They have a person there that we've called. I know I've called just to make sure I wasn't going to get in trouble. School board member networking. We meet other school board members from all over the state. And I know they've helped me. I've networked with them. They told me what's worked for them in their school districts, and I've talked to them about, you know, what has worked here and what doesn't work. We've helped each other. I hate to be one of the few districts in Virginia not a member of this organization that has been around for years. And that's all I have. I would like to know what we're going to do if we're not members and where we're going to get the training from. All the new members, whether they want or not, they were offered an opportunity to go to the new member training. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'll make an attempt to answer some of those questions, and then I'll turn it over to anybody else who wants to chime in. Training, I'm looking at the VDOE website. It's education-related organizations. They offer plenty of training opportunities. Some of them cost, some of them do not. When you go to training with the VSBA, it's an additional fee. So any one of us can pick an opportunity to go get some sort of training that we feel we need, or we could collectively agree to seek out specified training. In my opinion, we've addressed some training at our last month when we had our SPED presentation, so I think that would quantify as professional development training. I think the bottom line is there's plenty of options out there. We're not limited to VSBA just because that's the way it's always been done. You mentioned policy. I would propose that we form a policy committee. I think by far and large, and I won't say just us specifically, but I've come to learn that by far and large, I think school board members in general just don't dig into policy as much as they should. I think we should form a policy, a two-person committee, and charge that committee with reviewing policy. Liaise with our attorney, liaise with staff as designated by the superintendent. I think that's an acceptable means to mitigate the policy services we do get from VSBA. I acknowledge that there's value in that, I do. However, I think that we can circumvent some of that fee by forming our own committee, digging into it. We have access to the list of legislative changes that get promulgated every year. So none of that's really rocket science. Will it be an inconvenience? Probably. But I think it'll be a learning inconvenience. I would also suggest that we set aside the money that we have budgeted for VSBA policy services to include their legal assistance fee and our membership dues. Set those aside, earmark them, don't touch them. So as the year marches forward, if we have to seek legal counsel to make sure our policies are in compliance with law, we've got that money set aside. Right. You mentioned VSBA offers legal assistance. They do. We pay $500 for that. And their legal assistance is essentially if we get sued because the policy is not in compliance with law, they will cover those legal fees up to what we spend on policy services. So in other words, they're going to cover legal fees up to $3,000. Well, that's a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things. Networking, I acknowledge that there's value in having a place to go sit down and network with people in the same school boards. At the same time, I can get on the internet. I can go to any county or any school division in the state of Virginia, pick up the phone and find a phone number and call someone and go, hey, how's it going? I've done it numerous times. What else? I had a few more notes. There is a device, and I know you're chomping at the bits, so I've already spoke to Dr. Kramer, and he doesn't like this, and Mrs. Briggs doesn't like it, and I know that our esteemed colleague, or esteemed clerk over here doesn't like it, and that's all fine and dandy. In the grand scheme of things, I think we can save some money and we can handle some of this in-house. And if it turns out to be a poor decision, just like I told Dr. Kramer, I will sit here this time next year and I'll be the first one to eat crow and say it was a bad call. But it's my position that I would support withdrawing. Form a policy committee, go out and take care of our board docs services. That's going to cost us an extra $500 no matter what we play. Set aside those membership fees, those legal assistance, policy services, and we'll march forward smartly. And we may learn some lessons. Anyone else?
I think you've captured pretty much everything. And the policy, I mean, drafting policies isn't rocket science as long as you're following the laws. And I know I've done it both in federal service and in the military. You know, it's not difficult, and I'm sure some of you have done the same thing. So I would agree. If in a year we find out this was a mistake, we go back. But honestly, I just don't think it is.
Doc Kramer, I know you got something you want to say.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So thanks for the opportunity. First, I respect the board and will begrudgingly respect and accept the decision. As I stated earlier, I do not have a vote as superintendent. I would certainly vote against what I think might be the decision this board is leaning toward. I'm not going to belabor the point. Mr. Chair, you and I have had extensive conversations, and you and I have agreed to disagree on this decision. I totally disagree with you board members on the policy services. I'm actually coming from a state in Maryland where each district, each school system had to create their own policies, and coming from a district where there was an entire policy office of probably 4 people to do what occurs. So I do think that this could cost us more. I don't know if it's going to be more than the total that we pay. It certainly is going to impact training. You alluded to the board clerk, our student liaisons, superintendents, interact board members, the communications that we get daily, and perhaps a litany of other things that I'm failing to mention. Again, I don't think that there's a need to belabor the point. I'm going to begrudgingly, we will respect and accept the decision of this board. But again, for the record, I absolutely disagree with this decision, and I can convey that sentiment for my colleagues in the audience, on staff. But we will move forward. We will have no choice if this is the decision the board is going to make. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Doc. Anybody else want to comment? So I just as soon take a vote, but I think we should follow it up with a motion to form a policy committee right here, right now.
That's fine.
Okay. So let's we have a motion on the table. We have a second. Pending any further discussion, let's take a vote on that, and we'll. Madam Clerk, please.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
No.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes 4-1. So now that that is taken care of, let's talk about a policy committee. Wide open to ideas and suggestions. I would recommend 2 board members as a standing committee, and that would require us to update our own existing policy, because right now our policy says we have 2 standing committees, so I'd like to add 1 to that list. Any volunteers?
Mr. Chair, I'll volunteer for that.
Okay.
I would like to be on the policy committee if so, folks so desire.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll help out if one of them finds it's too much or they can't handle it. I'll be happy to step in and help.
Okay. So we'll get a motion to stand up a policy committee for the next fiscal year, consisting of, or how do you want to start it? Should we start it now or give it an end date, maybe a temporary?
Yeah, I would say there should be a temporary committee until we update our policies or the bylaws, because, you know, to say that we will have this as a standing committee, but for now, make it a temporary committee, 90 days, 120 days, something to that effect, or till the end of the calendar year. But I wouldn't go past December 31st.
I think the calendar's year makes sense, because that's when we kind of shuffle the deck around here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You want to make a motion for that?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we establish a policy committee, temporary in nature, until December 31st, 2024.
Second.
Consisting of?
Consisting of 2 board members.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Was this committee consisting of anybody else in the school, or is it just the 2 board members right now?
I think it would be wise and prudent, given.
But we could definitely have an alternate.
No, I was asking, are you including anybody in the school itself?
No, I think the way Mr. Marsh presented it is probably the right way. We have 2 board members on the committee, and we, pull folks that we need, because we definitely are not going to be the experts. Sometimes we will need to confer with the superintendent and his staff. Other times we need to get teachers. Other times we may need, people from the community. It depends on what the policies are that we're working on.
I think by far and large we've already been doing this. and staff may
Right.
disagree. Mrs. Griggs is out there shaking her head. I know it, but there have been numerous policies that we have up here. We have massaged, and you guys have helped us because you're the experts. So I don't see that changing a whole lot. We may need to reach outside the lifelines on occasion.
Right.
So,
And honestly, the policies are in place for the most part. We'll be updating them as the law changes, more often than not.
okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Madam Clerk? Mr. Wooster?
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
No.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes 4-1. And just for the sake of saying it out loud, Dr. Kramer, I have your list of professional organizations that we all fund with taxpayer dollars. And in the coming month, I'm going to ask you to assist me in surveying the division to see who all actually utilizes these memberships. Thank you, sir. Let's see. That takes us to the last one. Board comments. Go down the row. Mr. Cunningham, you want to go first?
Okay. All right. So I attended the Sea, Air, and Land Challenge in Suffolk back on May the 18th. It was mentioned earlier doing the Isle of Wight Achievers piece of the meeting. And I know she's not here, but I'd like to congratulate and thank Mrs. Greer for what she's doing with the engineering class. I mean, it was unbelievable to see. They called them submersible ROVs. I call them submarines. They had the students that put cameras on them and actually had a claw on the front. So they were actually remotely operating these subs in this pool, about 2 feet of water. The students would be behind a wall, and the camera would locate items in the pool, and they would pick those items up. It was amazing. They had it was a show that I don't know if it still comes on, where robots are fighting and everything. Oops. They didn't have the robots fighting, but they had robots doing things also. So it was air, land, and sea, and I don't know what the air that piece was because it was raining that day, and they probably had drones, but you can't. Yeah. But anyway, it was amazing, and I enjoyed it. And again, I'd like to thank Mrs. Greer. She did a great job with those students. I believe this was their 3rd year going, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do next year. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Perkins? Mr. Wooster?
I've just got a couple of things here. On May 27th, I was honored to attend the Memorial Day commemoration to remember and honor the men and women who gave their lives in service to this great nation. Our Smithfield High School band director, Xavier Fain, performed patriotic music as well as all services songs. The high school band, directed by Xavier Fain. The Smithfield High School JROTC did the presentation and retirement of colors, and the Smithfield High School choralers, directed by Katie West, performed, and Tristan Walker with the Smithfield High School band performed taps. It was an excellent job by all as usual. Honored guests in attendance were Otto Waxman, Delegate, Virginia General Assembly, and Steve Bowman, Mayor, Town of Smithfield. Our very own Lieutenant Colonel Peter Bedoin was the keynote speaker, who gave a very heartfelt and humbling speech. I would like to thank the VFW Post 8545 of Smithfield, the American Legion Post 49 of Smithfield, and the American Legion Auxiliary for making this happen. Special thanks goes to Herb DeGroff for the personal invite. If I've omitted anyone, believe me, it is not intentional. Much respect goes out to everyone involved. In addition to that, on June 4th, I attended the Smithfield High School spring concert and was entertained by the symphonic band, jazz band, and the marching band, performance all directed by Xavier Fain. It is astounding to see these students and realize the time, effort, commitment, and never-ending practicing they put into each and every performance. Once again, an excellent job by everyone involved. For some students, however, it was a bittersweet moment. 5 of the students who performed are seniors and will be graduating tomorrow, so that was their final performance at Smithfield High School. I would like to recognize those students now. Cade Franklin, Jasmine Johnson, Alexandra Muir, Isabel Varner, and Heather Wooster. Be proud of your accomplishments. Keep moving forward, remain committed to your goals, and realize you can do great things in this world. Congratulations, 2024 seniors.
I won't take up that much time. The big things I've done over the last few days: attended the graduation of 5th grade at Windsor Elementary, where my grandson graduated, and then I was also invited up to Carsville Elementary to celebrate with the 5th graders up there on their graduation. And finally, before we end tonight, I just want to wish all the seniors of both high schools best wishes, congratulate them as they move on to the next phase of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'm just glad the budget is approved, and I'm looking forward to the next fiscal year, onwards and upwards. And I appreciate everybody working together up here, despite sometimes we have differences. It is what it is. Everybody up here is getting along, and that's a good thing. So, thanks, staff, Dr. Kramer, and let's get out of here. It's late.